Hello and welcome to the holiday bash here for College Deadlock. Uh, my name is Patrick Patio. I have Clone with me. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. This is a great Saturday. The weather's cold outside, which means perfect for some college deadlock.
We getting into some games soon. Right off the bat, we're going to be getting into Purdue versus Texas Tech. So should be really good. I can't wait to get into draft here pretty soon.
Yeah, this first match is going to be one where we kind of see I hope to see some tone setting stuff. New patch just came out, so there's going to be a lot of things changing, and I'm interested to see who's kind of made some adjustments and what we're going to see in this new meta, because there's been some significant changes that have happened recently.
Yeah, I mean, some really big changes. One of the biggest changes is Hayes. I know that Hayes has already been locked in from Purdue. The sleep is definitely not as good as it once was, but Moen Krill as good as ever. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Texas Tech though. Dynamo, always love that pick. It's such a phenomenal pick and competitive.
Yeah, and I do like to see a little bit of variety here. We're not seeing a ton of just DPS picks off rip. I mean, we are seeing that a little bit more from Purdue right now, where they're kind of taking a Wraith and Moen Krill Hayes combo to start for their first three. Some discussion going on right now, probably about what we want to do to adjust for that on Texas Tech side. But off rip, really interesting picks here.
Yeah, I really like the single target lockdown that Purdue has. It's going to be really good answers for Vindicta and Infernus. And if Texas Tech went to opt for something closer to Yamato, it's really good answers for that. But I love McGinnis, someone who's going to be such a menace and really good at breaking up fights. Really good at kind of countering this idea that Purdue have. But I do have to say, I don't think Hayes was hit as hard as I think the sleep is definitely a very impactful, but definitely not as impactful as maybe the change could have been. So we'll see how that change happens. But I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here from Purdue. I think they have really good answers for Vindicta, really good answers for Infernus. So that'll be good to see.
Yeah, and I like this Abrams pick a little bit, something with a little bit more health, to kind of get in there and get messy, I guess, and mix up kind of this high damage. I mean, Abrams does high damage, but kind of give some variety to their side of the ballpark to kind of respond to that McGinnis, where the turrets are going to be a big thing later on, especially. And Ivy's hovered and then picked, so that's also a really huge pick.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noticing out of Texas is I think they have a lot of potential for having really big earn threats. They have a lot of easy ways to push out waves. They have the Ivy, which is, I mean, a menace when taking the earn. So if they are able to get some really nasty movement in the side lane, I know that their Vindicta is very solid. We saw such a high priority there. Could definitely try to be getting a lead early, but we know Purdue, phenomenal in the team fight. They're going to be looking to really win these and lock whoever they need to get locked down. And if they can shut down that Vindicta, which they have plenty of answers to, they have the Moen Krill, they have the Wraith. I mean, even Abrams and Viscus are phenomenal at kind of getting on to the Vindicta. We'll be excited to see what we have there. Lash getting hovered. I love Lash. Lash is so good.
Yeah, Lash can be a really devastating pick to, I feel like, any sort of combination, just with the sheer combo ability that it has. So as we get into this, it's going to be, I'm excited to see what the last pick is here, because there's a lot left on the table still.
Yeah, could have a lot of different options, but I really want to see. Okay, I am a-okay with this Warden lock in. I think Warden is still very good, has a lot of potential, and I think it really helps out with. We don't have too many great side lane answers for the high mobility that Texas Tech have, and I think Warden is someone who can really punish someone in the side lane because he's just a stat stick engine. He just presses 4, and then all of a sudden you have to run away because he will just out DPS you.
Yeah, these are two really interesting combos. Hayes having the changes really recently, just last night was it? Where now there's some changes to some abilities. The sleep is different and interacts a little bit differently, I believe. And I mean, with everything getting tweaked, we're going to see a little bit different play probably than we've seen recently. And I think this is going to be a spot where we see a bit more experiment, because this is kind of the last bit before a lot of people go on winter break, and we might not see as many tournaments over winter break or as many matches per se. So this might be before regular season, the last time people can really test some stuff out. So hopefully we get to see some of that, because I love seeing the interesting combos, the different ideas, the tech, what's new, that sort of stuff. So hopefully we get to see a lot of that today. And I like the drafting process kind of airing that way a little.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see what's going on. We got the Holiday Bash hosted by College Deadlock. Purdue obviously hosting us on their stream. So this is obviously very phenomenal. We have 5 rounds for today, best of ones each. First game, Purdue versus Texas Tech. I really like. I know Texas Tech play a very high tempo kind of game, so they like to do really heavy rotations and stuff. So I really like the group up answer, single target shutdown, because if Texas Tech overextend, Purdue have so many options to shut down any individual player. So I'll be very much looking forward to how Purdue managed to rotate around this map to answer what Texas Tech is trying to do.
Yeah, this does seem like it's going to be a lot of individual play versus a lot of group play in some instances, especially early. But I could see the adjustments coming in pretty swift and kind of figuring out what's going to be the right way to adjust with the current combos, because I mean, they are very different team compositions, I guess, and they mesh well, so it'll be a fun mix.
Yeah, it'll be great. Holiday Bash, it's the last for fun tournament that College Deadlock is hosting before season 1. Obviously Purdue has been a menace. They had won the very first show match for College Deadlock, and we also know that Texas Tech, phenomenal team. So what a great way to open up today with this matchup. I'll be excited to see what both of these squads have. But I think this gets into what I love doing, which is what we kind of expect this game to go down, how we expect both teams to play. My prediction is definitely going to be very high tempo, very much playing for the earn for the side of Texas Tech, and Purdue shutting down people on these side lanes, trying to catch people out, trying to catch people in rotation. So we'll have to see how that goes. And I think there's a couple people that we need to look out for, mainly the Vindicta for the side of Texas Tech, and then Hayes and Wraith. Obviously, you always have to look out for these DPS characters whenever they're chosen. So we'll have to see how both of these teams pair up.
Let me help you.
Yeah, and when we get into this lane phase here, kind of seeing who's going where, we see Abrams on this left side going against the Infernus. This is not a bad idea, and we get Ivy and Lash in middle left. This is going to be a good combo to kind of go against. It's a little hard for me to see that, but
Hayes and Mo and Krill.
Yeah, Hayes and Mo and Krill. So the lane adjustments to who's playing who is going to be also really interesting early on, to see who kind of can get it pick early. We're just seeing some of the farming stuff right now early on, maybe some early pressure one way or another. But so far, maybe a little bit of, some chip damage here and there, some pressure. We're seeing Mo and Krill kind of push up a little bit there alongside the wave.
Yeah, I mean, this is just early levels, but really well done from Mo and Krill and Hayes very early on. Ivy taken quite low here. I mean, a lot of damage. This lane's going pretty well for them, but in the side lanes, it's all pretty even across the board. We'll be excited to see what they have. But Warden is able to get that first kill on that side lane into the Vindicta. That's someone that you want to see do well. And on the other side of the map, Jester getting the kill on the Chopper. Lash taking pretty low as well. Are they able to get out? They are just able to get the shot. Hayes trying to go on this back line, but still looking for it. The whip is going to give them some heals, but might be in a dangerous spot. Hayes going for the takedown and does get it. Jester with the double kill.
Yeah, that's a huge double kill off rip there, especially, I mean, you're going to get a little bit more of a soul advantage on that side now, which is going to maybe put Texas Tech at a little bit of an early disadvantage. This isn't something that they can't overcome. I mean, the soul count is still 6-6. It's still pretty even across team. And actually, Purdue hits 7K first. So soul play right now is still very much even. Those picks are big early to establish a presence, but they haven't really affected any long-term things yet. So this will be a very interesting development and see how these lanes kind of play out after these picks, because the soul advantage on those is going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see, but something that's really cool is always seeing the Hayes get ahead early, as might be in a pause. It looks like the stream. Oh no, there we go.
Yeah, we're some technical difficulties. We're working through it, but we will continue to work through that, and we'll get the tech stuff sorted out. Thanks for a lovely production for working through it, and appreciation to them. But Infernus, half health, but still putting up some pressure on this side. Not really backing out just yet. Abrams is kind of low, so this is kind of an opportunity for Infernus, but eventually does back and goes to buy. So this will be kind of a standoff on that lane for a little while longer.
Yeah, I mean, Texas Tech is definitely falling behind. Purdue doing a great job at getting these picks all on these side lanes. This is exactly what we want to see out of them, and definitely something that we expect to see out of them. This is a very solid team that we know shows up over and over and over again. Again, as well, going to be cutting out the Viscous, but it's going to be able to walk out of there. Monkrill is quite low. Might need to be careful of the Lash and the Ivy. I know that they do have a lot of ways to get on top of them. Hayes also quite low, but just needing to collect the wave means that no kills are going to go over there, and Purdue is able to maintain their advantage.
Yeah, this is a huge. I mean, this is a big advantage for Purdue right now. They now have a little bit more pressure, and they're sending. I mean, Lash and Ivy are able to push up a little bit on that tower for
Yeah,
at least a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, Hayes with a pretty good rotation onto Infernus is going to be able to take them quite low, but Lash is now here to support this side lane and push Abrams and Hayes off. Is able to save that Infernus, which is right now one of their really big. They have a couple people who are kind of big right now, Infernus being one of them. And if you can get Infernus ahead, that's always very, very nice. As someone who he really needs the souls to get online to become active. Definitely want to see him doing more, but the Hayes is going in, but really good runaway, and just gonna burn the Abrams down. Just gonna be able to finish him off.
Yeah, that's a big pick. The Abrams getting out of the play for a little bit is going to be big for at least some pressure on that side. We're seeing Abrams maybe go on that left lane, while we see it looks like Hayes is going to rotate over to that middle left lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get as much done as possible, but the tether is going to land onto Warden. Vindicta is going to try to get him into sights, but the ult is going to be up, is going to make him be able to get out of there.
Yeah, sorry, I had to switch over the other input here, but we're able to see Purdue able to keep their tempo, and they're able to push up on this on these towers all pretty much at the same time, which has been pretty nice for their for the consistent pressure. Ivy kind of alone on that lane right now. Lash is having to rotate over.
Yeah, so far really well done by Purdue. But game's starting to fall away from them a little bit after Infernus able to get that kill onto Abrams early and might be looking for another one. Abrams ticking down low, burning. Does he able to get alive? No, I don't think so. Lash getting the kill on the other side of the map means that Texas Tech are finding a way back into this game.
They're finding a way back, and they now have the soul advantage as well. So maybe some of these lanes are going to get a little bit more of an advantage as these buys start to come through.
Yeah, I mean, we've already hit that cutoff of 3K, which is always a really important one. But in just a couple of minutes, we're going to hit the next really big cutoff, which is the bridge buffs and the earn spawn. And this is when I think the Texas Tech comp really starts to come alive. And with them starting to get a soul advantage, you know that they're wanting to press that. But Purdue, we know that they are no slouches, and we know that this Haze is going to be able to get a lot of work done. As is able to get a low, is potentially in a dangerous spot, but the ult is here, is doing a lot of individual damage. The combo is here onto the Lash and is able to finish him off, just making the Haze barely get out alive. Is looking for more. Can the Ivy go down? And yes, she does. Double kill going over to Mo and Krill.
Wow, just what a development. I didn't expect that much ult investment into the fight, but it turned out to be huge as the Ivy rotated and wasn't there in time to help, truly. So it just was 2v1s that ended up just going straight in the favor of Purdue. Or Texas Tech, apologies.
Yeah, Texas Tech need to... they're trying to pull themselves together. They did kind of fall apart, but you know they're able to find some stuff here and there, barely getting out of that wall. I think Dynamo might have been. I mean, he is able to actually finish that kill off, and get some good pressure onto this Guardian. They are going to finish this off and finally knock down the first Guardian of this game, securing those souls and in a pretty good spot.
And, you know, I was just thinking about saying it's really notable that there's not been a tower go down yet, but there is a tower down on the side of Purdue as well. And I was going to say that Purdue actually had the lower health in terms of towers there for a little bit, even though they had a lot of those early picks.
Yeah, I mean... Oh my gosh, Infernus getting pretty low, but the Ivy is here to make sure that he stays alive for a little bit longer, but somehow the Abrams is still alive. That health regen is coming in clutch, but Mo and Krill doesn't have that same heals. The cooldowns are not up and means he goes down. Abrams using that ult to get away.
Abrams able to stay alive, which right now that's kind of the important thing, is to keep alive. You don't want to extend this timer at all. And you don't want to be at more of a man disadvantage than you already were at the time, because Mo and Krill was down, and it's just now getting back into it.
Yeah, I mean, we just have a slugfest over and over and over again. You see these rotations are coming across. I really like how all of these teams are investing in these side lanes. They're really making sure that they pick these up. But now we hit 10 minutes. We have those bridge buffs secured for the side of Warden and the side of Infernus. But yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a very back and forth game. It seems like both teams are able to find secure advantages for themselves, and the other team says no, this is still our game, and then no it's not, it's still our game. As the ball from McGinnis is going to find a lot of damage. Viscous able to use that cube to barely get out of there. Vindicta not finding that snipe. But, you know, what is happening on this backside, it's the Infernus with that bridge buff taking out Rathu, trying to get these leads and advantages.
Yeah, we're seeing the Urn is not being picked up just yet. Infernus is going to push up on this lane, and we're seeing from both sides. I love it because it's back and forth. It's so back and forth on these fights. Big plays for one team, and then the other team goes, I could do it too. And so this has just been back and forth, a tower here, a tower there. Texas Tech is currently down one tower, but overall the pressure is pretty even. You see this diagonal line where the outer lanes are pushed up on either side.
Yeah, but we have a lot of damage here. Jester finding one, finding two. The Guardian's going down. Purdue's taking them all out, and Warden's on a 5-kill streak. Warden finding advantage after advantage, kind of silently throughout while he was on this side lane. And now Purdue are able to secure themselves an advantage, just barely. And it's really this Warden and this Haze that are doing a lot. But Mo and Krill going down. They're pushed up a little bit too far, and they're getting chased down a little bit. Quantum Entanglement going to bring them a little bit closer, but it doesn't quite matter. Haze is out of there.
Yeah, well, for the moment Haze is out of there, the wall kind of keeps Haze in for a little bit longer.
The ritual is closer to completion.
And does get out, though.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been so back and forth. I mean, like, I honestly, I can't tell who's winning, if I'm being completely real. I mean, both of them back and forth. Infernus is able to keep finding these advantages, but, you know, Warden and Haze able to do so much. But, you know, you don't have any advantages in terms to Guardians as much. I mean, Purdue has taken 3 at this point, so they do have an advantage. So I'll just take that back. But we do have a little bit of scuffle going on here in the second lane. Infernus trying to go in onto this Warden. Can the Warden find their way out? Looks like they're trying to escape a little bit, as the numbers might not be on their side quite yet. But this next objective is this Guardian, and all the Guardians are destroyed. Texas Tech only sitting on walkers now, rotating away from those to try to apply some pressure elsewhere. Aren't able to find much in response.
Purdue is just able to really utilize their own pressure as individuals. And the way that they're rotating together really just helps aid that pressure, because it's so consistent. Anywhere that Texas Tech goes, they're running into multiple Purdue players. They're just picking it up everywhere. And perfectly countering, it feels like, in terms of the pressure game.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue has definitely been doing a great job this game, but at the same time, Texas Tech has been keeping it close every step of the way. Haze now in a 1v4, not exactly where you want things to be, but they do have man advantage on this far right lane, and it's against this Infernus and Vindicta. So while they might be giving up this Guardian, the Abrams is here to help out. Wraith might be in a dangerous spot here in this third lane now, being very using those cards to get out, but is sniped down. One tap man, true to his name, finding that kill and just securing another way back into the game for Texas Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech able to really, I mean, even though there was no real economy difference, just able to. That's a big pick to keep yourselves from being on the back foot any further. And now you can start to press maybe a little bit of an advantage, because that timer's starting to get a little bit longer.
Yeah, should be very cool to see that they're finding these ways back in, now getting that soul lead, and Vindicta now having a way in as well. Was kind of behind in souls, now one of the leaders with this Infernus after that crucial pick onto the Wraith. But we'll have to see how Purdue match this. They've been matching it over and over, game after game, and they're going in on this McGinnis, who's caught out, is slept, is knocked up, did a lot of damage. That wall is going to crucially take them away from the Haze for a little bit, but not for long. Is going to keep living. The ult is not going to find her, but is going to find Chopper on this Ivy. Is still pretty low. Somehow, the McGinnis lives with 1 health as Purdue push on this Walker, are trying to find everything. On the side lane, though, Infernus is able to get that pick onto the Viscous. They keep finding answers on the side lane. You find one answer here, we'll find an answer there. But again, Purdue pressing in on these lanes. And they have 3 waves pushing in with the Haze on that third lane, and this Walker going down right here, right now. Base is in shambles, but the Dynamo is trying to find him, is going to get some knockups, but the McGinnis wall is going to kind of take them away from the fight. Ian going to fall is the next one too, and Purdue is on the run. Can they get out of here? It's going to be a 4 versus 3 if they tend to find, but they're just trying to escape, and they're able to secure that walker and leave.
We're seeing that Ivy as well. Maybe try to teleport, it looks like, to the other side, maybe for that soul urn. And maybe not. I might be reading that mini-map wrong. It does seem I misread that play. But
yeah, one thing that I guess has been confusing to me is how little soul urns have been taken this game. That's definitely something that I would have expected, especially out of Texas Tech. I mean, when you pick Ivy, you know that you all of a sudden have this priority on the soul urn. Like it doesn't matter what the state of the game is. You now have a potential to get it no matter what. But Infernus might be in a rough spot here in this side lane. Is pretty low. Hayes taken low as well, but he's just so tanky, but not tanky for long. Just gets shut down. But Warden lying in wait is going to find the Vindicta, but who's actually the one that's found? Warden just slammed into that wall. Caught between a sniper and a wall. A lash in a wall? A whip in a wall? He's caught in gray screen. That's what he is.
A lash and a Vindicta, a rock in a hard place.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a difficult pinch to get yourself out of. Unfortunately, what was that? A 30-second plus timer is the consequence. And just as I say that, Infernus is just now getting back up after that whole fight. So the numbers advantage is key. And now we're finally seeing all 6 back up at the same time. These fights have been, again, back and forth. This is not getting any further from neck and neck. You know, there's no, it keeps equalizing itself, and we keep ending up in this straight line across the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's just a slugfest back and forth. So one thing that we're going to really have to look for is when they can finally get these flex slots unlocked. That's going to be really important coming up. We're starting to get decently into the game, and the fact that almost all these walkers are still standing. Obviously, Texas walkers are definitely lower, so Purdue are going to be able to secure those a whole lot easier. But we're also at the stage of the game where, okay, if you win one team fight, all of a sudden 3 walkers could fall just like that.
Yeah, and I want to highlight it again because we still have not seen this soul urn picked up. It's still sitting here. They just don't want to grab it, it feels like. And it's something that I know should be grabbed a little bit more often than this from either side.
Yeah, I would say so. I think either side should feel comfortable with trying to force a fight. You kind of push out some side lanes. You have them answer those lanes. You know, if nothing happens, you just drop the urn, let it walk its way back. But you know, it seems to be working out for them. Purdue is able to be securing a lead for themselves again. Now all grouped up here in the side lane, just waiting for stuff. Something that's really cool is how few camps are up on the map. Both of these teams doing a great job with the neutrals, making sure that they take everything available. And finally, we've been talking about it. The soul urn is picked up. It's starting to get moved.
Yes. Go, Lash. Go. It has to go all the way across the map, but it is still in the middle, but you're going to run into 4 Purdue players on that drop zone, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Texas Tech be pushing some other lanes while they're definitely taking their time with this, and Purdue answering very swiftly. Already set up, might be even set up a little bit too early, but maybe not, because they have Hayes on the side lane who's going to take this walker without any repercussion. Warden might get caught out a little bit, but really good defense from Purdue. I mean, putting him pressured there. Warden is caught out, but they are going to be able to stop both the soul urn from being pushed quite yet, and they are able to take a walker, so they're able to get a lead. But Ian, the next one to fall, you know, that's not what you want to see just before this soul urn, because it's going to be really important that they have the man advantage. The soul urn is here. The soul urn is being dropped, but the Infernus trying to get some damage onto Viscous, but Viscous, he's in that goo ball. He's just rolling away, and Purdue just have to back up. They're not able to contest this, and the soul urn does finally go over to Texas Tech.
And we're finally seeing something happen with the soul urn, and it turns into a great team fight. As Purdue, I feel like Purdue was just waiting for it to be played from Texas Tech, wanting to bait, this huge team kill out of it. Unfortunately for them, it didn't end up going that way. And now they're forced to kind of reset and sit back a little bit more as Texas Tech, they get to go back, maybe get a couple buys and take advantage of getting those souls, which now it's back to almost even on the soul count. So, like we were saying, it's just a punch one way, a punch the other way. It's so back and forth.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you like to see out of Purdue. They might not have been able to contest the soul urn, but they took 2 walkers. They're also able to get I mean like that's so many souls that they just got for free because they're deciding to do that cross map play. So really well done job from the side of Purdue, getting these advantages and just doing a phenomenal job, and now have a 5K soul lead, the largest soul lead we've seen in the game so far. It's felt like back and forth, and even though they lost the soul urn, because of their macro play, Purdue are able to get this advantage, and now they're looking to push it further.
Yeah, once again, Purdue on the attack here. They're really spread. I like the spread, because it means that Texas Tech also has to kind of respond in a spread. You can't really full send one lane. And we are seeing a little bit of backing from Texas Tech. They're trying to keep themselves alive a little bit and giving up maybe some of those lanes that could be less prioritized. But we are going into a team fight here. It looks like we're getting some clumping going on in that middle right lane. Some back and forth poking.
Could potentially get some action, but more action. Current action happening on the side lane. The Hayes in a 1v1 against the Lash, and he just gets eviscerated. I don't think that's where you want to be next to a 7-kill streak. Hayes, Vindicta trying to find the answer, but the tether is going to come through, is going to get locked down, could be in a rough spot. Now has 3 people surrounding them, but just run away with that fleet foot, trying to get out of there, but is going to swiftly evade the gargoyle, but sniped away by one tap man, finding another one.
Hayes on the run, trying to get away, but just keeps running into more and more. And eventually, you can't get away too far because they're all around you. And back to the respawn, 45 seconds, now down to 30. We're seeing a little bit more of an advantage here from Texas Tech. Here in a second once this Lash comes back, but these timers are starting to get pretty painfully long here. So we're at a point where teams can start to capitalize on some of these bigger fights that end up with multiple down on the other team and a multiple man advantage. We're going to see some more capitalization on that, hopefully going forward, instead of some, back and forth backing and some more. We're going to see some more pushes. And granted, Purdue is at the doorway, essentially, for the side of Texas Tech. They're ready to push into this once they get this mid-boss.
Yeah, mid-boss is started up, and you know what that means. How of the mid-boss, as it gets shredded, you know that Texas Tech are going to be looking to try to get in here. The Infernus ult is going to get popped, trying to knock everyone up, and could find something here, but it's going to be secured from the side of Purdue, and this fight is going to go crazy. Infernus taken down. Jester finding another one. Admiral Macron finding him as well. Dynamo trying to escape with that quantum entanglement, but he doesn't live for long. Purdue finding them all. Vindicta said, you know what, it's not worth it. We'll just have 5 people die, and we'll call that good.
Yeah, Vindicta saw the timing and went, yeah, maybe it's best to play life a little bit more. And it's the smart play, because otherwise, there's only McGinnis coming off a spawn and a full team of Purdue with quick respawn. So these Guardians are gonna be taken down pretty quick here as the soul advantage is starting to widen.
Yeah, and they're going to be taking this first shrine. Purdue really pushing this advantage. I mean, absolutely what you want to see, getting the rest of these flex slots, because that power of that versatility is super important, getting those extra items. But Wraith caught out a little bit on this rotation, but it doesn't matter. They have the rejuve, so they are able to press this advantage. And Purdue, just after one team fight, that's all that they needed. They have one team fight, and you know that these Boilermakers are going to be able to secure a huge advantage. They have the soul lead now. They have the rejuve. They have the minions buff. They have everything in their hands. All they have to do is close out the rest of this game.
Yeah, and you know the comms on that, as soon as they saw how many were dead and the timer is just run, just get in there. And it was quick too. They were immediately in there. They bursted through and just took what they needed. They got the shrines, a little bit of damage on the patron, and got out of there with only one falling, and they're back in 30 seconds instead of 50.
Yeah, and I mean, just having this 13k soul lead, they're going to be able to find these advantages. It's going to be easier to find these advantages on top of it. But Jester on this Haze, something that we said at the beginning, that's someone that we need to look out for. Now 32k souls, 9, 1, and 3, having such a huge advantage, and now also going to be getting this soul earn as well. Definitely what you like to see from Purdue, really pushing these advantages and now ballooning their lead. This next fight is going to be devastating. And you know that Ivy and Vindicta are going to be in some trouble as Jester finds them on the side. They're taking really low, and he goes down. The next one, Ivy is the one to fall, making Haze 11-1 and 3. What an MVP this game, finding everyone. Haze buffs or Haze nerfs. Who says that Haze was nerfed? No, making it look like Haze got buffed.
At best, quote retune is
Yes,
what I would
course.
say.
Of course.
This is definitely a standout match for Haze, and I mean it's coming at the best of times. The singularity is used.
Yeah, Haze is going to get taken down, which is going to be really important for Texas Tech to try to stay alive in this. They are going to not quite going to find the Warden just yet. Is pretty low, trying to survive just a little bit longer. The parry is huge, but it doesn't matter. You were at 1 health anyways. Dynamo trying to escape this Viscous, and the Infernus trying to get some stuff done on the sideline, but here comes the rest of the minions. This push from Purdue is so good. Texas Tech have to seem to overcome giants to get back into this game, and they just don't seem to have the right stuff to do it, as Purdue are able to push, are able to get out, reconfigure themselves, take some Guardians, which is always what you like to see, and just keep pressing forward now with a 20k soul advantage.
Yeah, and we're at a point now where a lot of these picks that are happening are going to hurt more and more and put more pressure onto Texas Tech and put more stress on the situation. It's at a point now where maybe the back is against the wall and you really have to push hard to get out of this kind of a situation. The doors are wide open. I mean, Purdue to just walk in there.
Yeah, and you do. I mean, to be fair, Texas Tech, if there were some characters that have insane playmaking abilities that you want to be looking for, it's Slash, it's Dynamo. You have these characters that can make insane clutch plays seemingly out of nowhere. So this is what you like, what you very much like to see when you're behind, is when you have these options, but it's still hard. It's still a huge uphill battle, and Purdue is making sure that this uphill battle is as hard as possible for Texas Tech. Really well done job from them so far. Pretty clean game, and we like to see it be even cleaner as they move forward. Abrams might be in a rough spot. Texas Tech getting this rotation off. Abrams trying to escape here. The movement is pretty solid, but still trying to escape as Jester finds a kill on the side. They're trying to find this man advantage. It doesn't matter. If you're weak side, you can't be pushing up like that.
Yeah, this is something you can't really be caught out doing, and especially when these deaths are so punishing late game, you don't want to be caught slacking like this. And I mean, now we're seeing a lot more spread from Texas Tech. They're kind of grouped up on this left lane, which is going to incite this team fight, which is gonna come in, or at least a larger skirmish here.
Abram's going to be alive for just a little bit too long. The Singularity is going to pull in 3, but it doesn't matter. It's pulling everyone to his own death as they push this lane. I think they should be able to push to a win now that they have 3 of them taken down. Texas Tech, their base is in shambles. Vindicta's on the back line, and Hayes is just going to be shredding through this Guardian. We do want to see Vindicta try to look for something here, but is pretty low in a rough spot, and they're just shredding the rest of this base. Okay, probably not an angle like I thought, but the combo is here, and the Ivy is not. As this patron will get taken down as we go to the weakened state, and Vindicta still on this backline is still preoccupied and is taken down, but is taken down just after the patron gets transformed, so is not going to get that boosted death timer.
They're going to go for mid boss here.
Purdue resets, look for mid boss, then look to end. That's a pretty solid angle. I like it.
Yeah, where the timer just reset for 3 of the 4 players currently alive. It's a good play because they're all going to take too long to get there. Realistically, they might be able to get this steal. I say that as it does not happen.
Yeah. I think this game is all you know, hey, we have 5 games today. Texas Tech, they need to start thinking about recuperating because Purdue, they say, yeah, no, you have no shot in this game. This is a best of 1. It's a best of us, and we are the best of us. So we're I mean, Purdue, phenomenal job in this game so far, but they still do have to close this out. They do have a 40k soul advantage, so, you know, that doesn't happen often. When it does, you should just win. You know, there shouldn't be scenarios where you lose with a 40k soul advantage. I've seen it before. It shouldn't happen. Sometimes it does, but it won't happen this game. Patron's already weak. The flex slot difference is insane. I mean, only having 1 flex slot from the side, like for the side of Texas Tech, I mean, Chopper just disappears. This Haze is so powerful, having such an advantage, and it's only going to get easier and easier for Purdue as they are hunting them down, just trying to get in there. The Singularity just going to find 2. They are going to be able to get 2 kills, and one of them is that Haze. The other one is that Warden. 2 really important pickups, but the Abrams very tanky, and here comes the rest of Purdue. The ult is here, and the bolt is going to land. The combo is going to be here and is going to take him out next. Infernus and Vindicta are the last ones left alive, and the patron is low. Or the Patreon is open, but really good push from Texas Tech are managing to stay in this game.
Yeah, they managed to hold on by the skin of their teeth, and it ends up being 4 down for Purdue, and they are forced to reset on this push.
Yeah,
and
they're looking to end right now. They're looking to push as fast as they can. The slow is going to be here on the sleep and is trying to find everything. The silence is good, and the Infernus, what an important pick that they find. They're on the patron, and Purdue take the first game of the College Deadlock Holiday Bash.
Yeah, what a game too. What a great first round. I loved what I saw there out of both teams. I loved the adjustments. I loved the endurance that I saw. It's just that unfortunate buildup of Purdue where they just are able to keep going and keep going. And the scaling on the Haze was crazy good. It just is one of those games that you wish you could get back in a best of 1 for Texas Tech, you know, where up until nearly the very end of it, you were in it.
Yeah, so, I mean, just phenomenal job from them. I just loved what Purdue showed. Purdue showed what a dominating series, honestly, or a dominating game. And, you know, definitely want to see more rotations, more them using some of their prowess a little bit more, but phenomenal job. Absolutely loved the Boilermakers this game. Definitely looking forward to seeing more of them the rest of this tournament, as we will hopefully be getting to whatever our next game is. I'll have to look up this schedule, but I'll be very excited. Do you have anything else on this game on how it went?
Yeah, I guess not necessarily on the game, but how both teams can really carry this going forward. As a competitive player, not in Deadlock, but in Call of Duty, best of one tournaments are a commonality. And so there's a give and take with it where if you get that first win, you get a lot of momentum. And the downside is if you lose, you can't regain that momentum in another map or two even and get that sort of, dopamine rush. But, you give and you take, and Texas Tech can make a huge jump back if they just adjust some of those things that went wrong against Purdue.
Yeah, very excited to see, but we're going to go to a break here. Be tuned right back. We're going to come right back here for Northwood versus Nebraska for round 2 of the Holiday Bash here on the Purdue stream. I can't wait to see you guys there. My name is Patrick Patio, and we have a new caster with us. How's it going?
Hey, I'm excited to be here. Been super hooked into Deadlock ever since the first time I picked it up. So, being able to transition from playing into casting, which is a huge passion of mine, I couldn't be more ecstatic to be here.
Yeah, we have a bangers game coming up. We got Northwood versus Nebraska. I mean, they did just have a show match not too recently. Northwood did win 2-1, stealing 4 rejuvenators throughout the series. It was a crazy series. So definitely excited to see what we got going on. But we'll have to wait and see what we have in store for us.
Yeah, and I tell you, couldn't even imagine the mental after 4 rejuvenator stills. My mental's already down after 1, so I couldn't imagine that. And yeah, I'm excited. I know Northwood, I don't know what they're cooking up in the esports scene, but man, they seem to be good at everything.
Oh yeah, I mean they always are. They're always doing phenomenal. So we just absolutely love to see what they have in store for us. But as we're gonna be getting into game really soon, we have Nebraska on the right side and Northwood on the left. And one thing that I'm seeing is Lady Geist and Warden, which as someone who's from Nebraska, I know what Nebraska likes. So really 2 good pickups from Northwood, taking those away.
Yeah, it's tough. And then both of them in the solo lane, and it looks like they're going to be up against Mo and Krill for that Warden, and then Infernus for the Lady Guy. So I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what's going on. They do have Lady Guys versus the McGinnis in that side lane is going to really be very helpful for shutting down that Lady Geist. I know that is something that we'll have to be very looking out for. I'm looking for that Lady Geist. Definitely expecting them to do a lot of work this game.
Yeah, I think that's a smart switch over there in that far lane. It can be very tough to get stuck in that solo lane against Lady Guys, depending on what character. So I'm not surprised to see them switch. Throw McGinnis over there.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how well they perform. But Warden doing a great job. I mean, really chunking down Mo and Krill really early in this lane. Does have the heals though, so definitely doing pretty fine here so far. But I'll be very excited to see one thing that I was talking about last game was Ivy and Earn, and I neglected to remember that it did just get changed. It did just get patched.
Yeah.
So that is not as impressive as it was before, though. I think the movement is still very impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm actually, I mean, if there's a word for beyond main, I'm that. I don't only main Ivy, I only play Ivy, right? And I'll say I didn't notice too much of a difference. And I think it's that, you can just kind of go over. You can send a straight line straight to that deposit point. So even slowing down that speed, I think that's fine. I think that kind of makes it a little more even, doesn't make that too OP. But yeah, it's still very quick, and if utilized properly.
Definitely will be excited to see. But Bebop is taken pretty low, down to 200 health. Does get that hook, which is pretty good on the sometime on this Infernus. But Ivy just taken out Molgi. Gonna be that first blood going over to Northwood. Really well done job finding the Ivy. Just walking up a little bit too far.
Yeah, just got a little bit too bold right there. And you have to be careful. I mean, we all know, we say it all the time. It's the opposite of a TDM. The last thing you want to do is start feeding souls early, especially to a strong team like this.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, in the game that they had, it was a slugfest. It was typically Northwood playing the map incredibly well and Nebraska seemingly to win every fight. So definitely loving what Northwood is doing so far by having a really good showing early. Really good improvement from what we've seen before, but definitely no slouches here as they are able to keep trying to press these advantages. But Nebraska just having a soul lead for themselves a little bit early on, just a little bit.
Yes, like there for a moment it said 10K to 8K, and I mean, obviously in about 15 seconds they tied it up 10K, but yeah, I really like what Lash is doing. I mean, it's so smart to kind of sit behind your minions, allow them to chip away at the opponent's minions' life. That way you just get that final shot. You're not left reloading when you need to claim.
Yeah, I mean, really, and just I always enjoy seeing Northwood play. they definitely are very smart players. Enjoy seeing what they have, but I am very surprised that the Lady Geist has not been able to get as much of an advantage. I know that is one of their actually Warden is the one I see is the player to look out for on Northwood. That guy is crazy. So having the Moan Krell against him, really good job at making sure that he doesn't get too large of an advantage.
Yeah, that Moen Crow can be one of the worst, funnest characters to play, of course, but one of the worst to be matched up against. And especially you start to let him get strong. Seems like he's impossible to kill, but all of a sudden, Lash trying to get out here. It's a little help from his teammate. 40 going to stay in the fight. And oh, did Ivy get him there? He did.
Yeah, Ivy, the little bomb that was able to just sit down there. The Lash trying to kind of lasso his way out of that fight, accidentally going straight into those barbs.
Yeah.
So, no, kind of unfortunate way to die. As it felt like he was like, oh, I got out. I was so close. Nah, almost.
And that's what we love about that cut too, Bob. I mean, it's more annoying than anything else, but it will find kills. But the way it's able to just, you know, shut off lanes, able to shut down escape routes, or same thing, you know, you can use that as the opposite. It can shut down entry routes. But where my eye goes right now is Bebop. He's starting to catch up, but he was at 1.2K not too long ago, and I don't believe that he's died yet. I wonder why he's kind of trailing. And as I say, a little bit of a caster curse. He's gonna be able to survive. No, he is taken out.
Yeah, I thought that movement almost got him out of that. He was barely able to get out, but sometime is able to get that kill on the with that Infernus. They might be in danger as he is taken out, walking up a little bit too far, and Abrams gonna go down with him.
Yeah, both of them going down here, gonna get a little free time. Oh, they're really gonna gang up on this Guardian here. Look to take it out early, and I like that. I know both these teams gonna want to utilize that flex slot as soon as possible.
Yeah, always a huge power spike whenever they can get that flex slot.
Yeah.
And Vindicta is able to manage to stay alive for just long enough and is able to snipe them down. Cloud picking up that kill onto the Bebop this is a very back and forth game so far. I'm loving the movement from both of these teams, really responding to these lanes, not just sticking in their lanes, just kind of 2v2ing it out until 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, very well said. You know, it's only 6 minutes in here and we already see great positioning, great rotations, and I think that's, you know, that's where you really start to separate the kind of casual player to the competitive player to, you know, the best. And it's tough to know because, you know, all of a sudden your lane can get taken over, so it takes a lot of IQ to be able to do that effectively.
Yeah, I mean, just that's exactly what we want to see, and especially what we like to see on the level that these teams are at. We expect them to perform, expect them to be playing the map and to pilot their characters well. So love seeing it, and we're starting to get very close. We're hitting the 7-minute mark. You know that we're going to start having some rotations that are going to be making the first plays for the bridge buffs that are going to be spawning in a couple of minutes, as Abrams might be caught out a little bit, is in the middle of 3. Good wall from McGinnis is going to make sure that he can walk out of there.
And still looking at that Bebop, I mean, 2.5K, you know, halfway behind in souls to that guy. He's really trailing here. And again, I'm curious as to why. I know he'll be able to catch up with camps, you know, as the team fights start to open up, but he does not want to get too far behind there.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have a lot of value on Bebop, no matter how far behind you are, just because the hook is so powerful. Yeah. But, you know, you always want to be more powerful. You always want to be able to do more damage. So definitely going to expect Tired to try to find some leads where he can, but in a rough spot, taken very low, taken out sometime, finding that kill. As Infernus now getting another lead for themselves. Shiv could be the one next, but it's Shiv versus Infernix, sometimes trying to find him, but he's just finding up here, trying to escape as much as he can, as long as he can, but he's burning down, he's running away, but it might not matter. He's at 95 health, but no, he's not going to live for long. But he might have gotten enough time. Sometimes taken pretty low because it just took so long to kill him, and Crims with a great rotation.
Yeah, that was big there, and that's a couple times now that we've seen Infernus get a big kill, a much-needed kill, and then immediately dying after. So that's huge, you know, for Northwood to not let those kills go without getting something of their own.
Yeah, definitely answering them all, and it's keeping this Soul game very close. Everything's
Yeah.
been very close. Ooh, Jim barely escaping that grab. He's at full health, and it's a Mogro, so it's not like that no matter that much. But I don't know. Anytime that Warden Claw goes over me, I definitely that's when you run for the hills.
Oh
Just
yeah.
enough.
Oh yeah, yeah. You tuck tail, retreat, get out of there, and hope that you get across that line because, especially later game, as you said, you know he was 12th. We're still pretty relatively early game right now, so would have been able to tank it. But especially as that game, you know, goes on, you gotta watch that Warden. Smoke Crow gonna snatch him up. Big kill right there. Vindicta helping out a little bit, but I don't even know if he's needed. She was needed.
Yeah, probably not needed, but you know, I'd always prefer more souls on the Vindicta than the Moe and Krill.
True.
So definitely enjoy seeing them having these rotations, even if it's just to secure the kill with that ultimate.
Yeah, I like that because she is able to rack up extra souls um, with killing with that ultimate. So that's massive. And I actually was in a game not too long ago that we allowed a Vindicta to rack up, I think, 18 final
Oh,
shots,
good lord.
and
Oh
oh
no.
my, was she so powerful. It was crazy. I'm excited to see as we get later into this game, you know, how this Ivy, how this McGinnis, what exact builds they're going with. They're going to be a little more support, if we're going to see that Ivy DPS, McGinnis turret, what exactly we're going to see here.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely we'll be excited to see what they have. But now that we hit that 10-minute mark, those bridge buffs did spawn. You saw Nebraska, they were already there.
Yeah.
They'd already gotten the pressure, and they secured them both on the Vindicta and the Infernus, exactly who you want to be capturing those as well.
Yeah, because Infernus, I mean, almost every time we switch to this lane, somebody is burning in that moment. Infernus, I mean, he's nice. You know, I personally not a character much for me. I don't like, he just feels a bit slow, but you know, with that new patch, he's able to get charges on that flame dash. Oh, as they pull Abrams in here, I don't think he's going to be able to get away. As I say it, off Bebop going to throw in that beam to help out as well.
Yeah, they're just shutting him down. Vindicta trying to run for their lives as well as they clear this wave. But the rotations are here. Mirage is going to shut down that Guardian and is hunting down onto the Vindicta, trying to run away as this fight is kind of going on with this backline, but they're trying to escape through this Guardian. Really big bomb onto 3. Vindicta is finally going to get taken out, but Lash is going low himself, and they're chasing him down and are able to take him out. Sometime going to be burning up the ground as Bebop trying to run away. This could be in a really dangerous spot. Abram is taking the Mirage real low and is finally going to shut him down as this fight, it just keeps on going. Shiv might be the next to fall as they take him low, and he is. Wow.
Yeah, 3 down for Northwood right there. There goes the tower as well. I mean, that's what they wanted, but still early game, so they're going to come back relatively quick. But I mean, that was the first kind of advantage we see as Mo going to snatch Warden up again. Oh, Warden going to try to bomb, but not going to be enough to get some help there. And again, we see, I mean, great job from Nebraska.
Yeah, but I love the TP from the side of this Mirage, helping out the Warden, making sure that they can get that 1-for-1. I was definitely thinking when I saw how low the Moe and Crow was with that Warden, I was like, oh no, why is he using the combo here? And it's because the Vindicta was here once again to make sure they can secure that. But we do have a scuffle going on in this side lane as Lady Geist is trying to get some nice parry. Oh my goodness, Cloud is going to get taken out, going to get locked down. The hook barely going to miss as the McGinnis is able to walk out of there. But, I mean, Northwood definitely doing blow for blow against this Nebraska squad.
Yeah, and because of that, I mean, only down 2K in souls right now. I don't think either side really has, you know, a big advantage as McGinnis is going to get taken out. Abrams just now coming back, so that's going to allow them to take that tower as well. And I mean, pretty soon they're going to be able to open up that flex slot. They gotta put some priority in keeping those last Guardians, especially at least one.
Yeah, I mean, just you always love seeing the flex slots unlocked super early. Because it just opens up so much, the power spike that you get. And now that you can see Nebraska finally trying to push onto this Guardian, we'll be able to secure that one. But they only have one Guardian up, they only have those Guardians up themselves. But a huge Lash pull is going to do so much damage on to 4 and sometime taken out. Everyone else is burning and going down. Moen Krill is the next to fall, and then the Ivy Northwood eviscerating everyone as they are able to find 4 in this fight as Nebraska run for the hills as their Guardians are the next to fall.
And that was massive for me. You know, the last little team fight we had, I mean, it was a full-on team fight, I guess I should say. Just kind of came early. We saw it go, you know, for Nebraska. They were able to take 3 of them out, so that was huge from Northwood right there. They really, really needed that. Yeah,
they are able to get that. Shiv is so low.
I know.
This is terrifying. I would be terrified if I was the Shiv. But you know what? That's why I'm not the collegiate player. That's why they're here. So really, knowing how far they can press forward, and they are able to secure that Guardian because they're there.
And let me ask you back to that that last, you know, where they were able to take out 4 members there. What do you think it was? Do you think Nebraska just got a little overconfident, got a little too pushed up, or what exactly did you see?
I think it was definitely a little bit too pushed up. Whenever you're getting those moments, you have to make sure that you have side lanes pushed. If you're grouped up if you have that many people all in one clump, you first off have to take into account, okay, they do have a Lash. We do need to be mindful of his ultimate. But more importantly, make sure that you have the side lanes. I mean, you have the McGinnis, you have the Abrams, you have really good answers in these side lanes if you're able to find some advantages. Barrage, stealing that bridge buff. You love to see it, using that tornado to make sure that you get that temporary advantage.
Yeah, and Moen Krill wanted none of that after he got the buff when he got out of there, but not for long. We're going to get a little bit of a team fight here, and there goes Lash. No big ult from him this time.
Yeah, no, they are able to find this. Them grouping up are able to find this one person caught out. But again, so their biggest blessing is their biggest curse. They'll overgroup and they'll find these huge man advantages, find these leads.
Yeah.
But you know, you got to make sure that you're taking care of your side lanes while you do that. You can't let those go untouched. And you know that they're starting to get this on the side lane. They are able to secure that Guardian, but we do have a 3v3 fight. But the first one to fall is Shromo on the McGinnis. The Vindicta trying to run away from this, but they are chasing them down, and he's the next to fall. Ivy flying their way out of there, trying to get out. Really good punish from Northwood, getting 2 kills for the 1 Guardian.
That's actually throwing them up 6K souls. Definitely our biggest soul advantage. Make it 7K so far. And I'm really curious to see here if Northwood just try to continue to push that and you know, jump in the driver's seat from here, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, definitely would love to see that. And the people that I said that I wanted to look out for are specifically this Warden and Lady guys, and look at those solo leads that they've created for themselves. I mean, you love seeing it whenever you want these characters, and like these are the ones that you want to be carrying, and then they get those leads, and now you get to see them pilot their heroes. Definitely love seeing it, as now they're also going for this earn play as well.
Yeah, I like that, as guys grabbing that big camp early, just so, you know, when you're able to get that soul lead, you have that power, able to take those big camps down, really just adds on, it just duplicates, right? Bebop is trying to push the urn here, and I'm sure we are going to see a big fight over here at this urn deposit. This could be a massive moment, a deciding moment here.
Yeah, you kind of only have 2 options if you're Nebraska. You either have to get as much advantages on the other side, or you have to respond where you are. But Abrams might be in a rough spot being here a little bit early, but is able to just walk out as they're able to get a Guardian on the other side. They're trying to delay this earn fight as much as possible and get as much damage, but Abrams is going to go onto the Shiv. They're trying to find as much damage. The ult from Abrams is going to be here and is going to land onto Bebop. The Lash ult is going to send the Infernus into this backline. Super important that they get there, but the Abrams is so low and is taken out, but the Shiv is the one next to fall. Lash is trying to find him, but the Bebop laser was here for a little bit, but you know that this Ivy is the next to fall. Northwood eviscerating them, taking the urn, taking everything. The hook barely going to miss on the Vindicta, but could be the next to fall anyways, as the Warden is chasing her down, finally getting that kill, getting this soul lead, and just pressing this game forward.
Yeah, 5 of them down now, 16K on the souls. This is starting to get into dangerous territory for Nebraska here. They're going to have to do whatever they can. You know, there shouldn't be a camp up on their side here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they got it. Northwood definitely wants to make sure that they clear all those out so that Nebraska doesn't have anything to go to. But Mirage could be in a dangerous spot. Using that tornado to get out does have the backup from the Warden, but you do have 3 here. Warden is to fall. Mirage trying to get out, trying to TP out, and is good. Is able to get out of there. Northwood maybe over pushing just a little bit, not able to get that Walker just yet, but is able to get it quite low, and they should be able to push this advantage pretty nicely. As Mirage actually might be a little bit too far. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. He does fall.
And that Ivy definitely getting in there, using that stone form offensively. And that could be bad as we see down to about a 3rd health here. Oh, the big lash ult though. Let's dance. Be able to chase down, looking to chase down Ivy, and I knew it. That stone form. Sometimes I love to use it offensively as well, but you don't have that get out of jail free card any longer in that moment. And yeah, Lash gonna make him pay for that.
Yeah, and is able to just barely make it out as well with only 200 health. Just finding these advantages, and now they have this 12k soul lead. You know they're going to be wanting to look at it, and you know there's a certain objective on this map that both of these teams know very well, that Northwood specifically enjoys a lot. So they we should be expecting a mid boss here hopefully soon, but Earn is up, so you know we want to see that and mid boss kind of coordinated. You like seeing very complex macro plays. I mean, these teams really have a lot of experience doing this. This Warden is trying to fight both McGinnis and the Abrams, and it's doing a pretty solid job. Does still have the ult available as the rest of the team is here to back them up. Bebop Hook is gonna take the Abrams pretty low. They're trying to snipe him down, and he's still alive, barely making it out of there. Can they find him on this backside? No, he does end up fully making it out as the rest of the team is here. Nebraska trying to find Northwood, but they group up really well. Huge wall, making sure that they save the Ivy there.
Yeah, that wall can be used so well, but I'm still baffled right now, Patio, that Abrams was able to make it out of that. You know that's one they wanted to grab. Now they're trying to really push this Walker here. We got just about everybody teaming up to fight. Oh, and is that Abrams jumping in? No, excuse me, that's Mo and Krill jumping in there. Little snatch out from Bebop. I love that combo. You put that bomb on him right after you snatch him up, send him, you know, just retreating to his team, but teammates got to make sure not to be anywhere near him because they will get hit with that as well.
Yeah, really good response from Northwood. The laser is going to make sure that Nebraska can't stay for long, but they are trying to find this Shiv on the side lane who might have been pushed up a little bit too far as this soul lead has been kind of keep growing for the side of Northwood. Yeah. They're finding these kills, they're finding these walkers, they're finding these objectives, and now they have a 15k soul lead.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, when sometimes you think you have an advantage, right? 3 down for Northwood, only 2 down for Nebraska. But when it's that Warden with 24k, I mean, nobody on the side of Nebraska, I don't. They have to 2v1 him. I don't know that any of them can just stand and 1v1 him at all, especially with that soul.
Yeah, I mean, they're so powerful right now. You can see the souls for the side of Nebraska are pretty even. You know, honestly, no one's much further than anyone else, but for Northwood, they're putting the souls where they want their power to be, and that's on the Lady Geist, that's on the Warden, and you can see it in the way that they're playing this Warden being such a menace. They have to have some people responding as is that Earn getting taken? I can't. Ivy's just kind of sitting around. It looks like it is, but it looks like it's not.
Maybe waiting to fly it. Maybe waiting to fly it for, oh no, it's going to grab it himself here. And I'm surprised to see that. That must have been Bebop coming up to challenge. So Infernus had to kind of fight the Bebop, and now Ivy going to take it himself. And again, I think we're going to see a massive team fight over here, but maybe not. It looks like Northwood just gonna give up this Earn.
Yeah, I am curious. I mean, they have to make sure that they're pushing these side lanes to make sure that they can get some value out of it, because that's just free souls for Nebraska.
Yeah.
So definitely expecting Northwood to press an advantage in these 2 middle lanes, trying to secure these walkers as they are able to take out Abrams for this period of time where they have the man advantage. The next one to fall could be this Mo and Krill, as he's kind of in the middle of them, but they are able to recoup how they're positioning. This wall going to keep them out and keep them alive for a little bit longer.
Got 5 of them there, and that McGinnis kind of doing it all to protect, throwing up the wall, throwing out the turrets. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, as Mo, looking to get a little pick, looking to snatch him one up there, is able to leap away. I have a feeling here the first one to go down is going to be the difference maker. If Northwood can find a kill here, they're going to get this Walker, but McGinnis not making it easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, keeping those minions out, but the Lash ult, you were saying it's going to be this first pick. They are able to get him pretty low. That knockdown is going to be really important, and Icy going to take out that Walker here and now, but the combo is here onto the Bebop. Icy picking the next kill onto Mo and Krill as this fight is going crazy. The Ivy is trying to fly around, but Nebraska seems to be having a much better time in this fight as 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill. They're trying to get another one as Crims is ticking down, ticking. Infernus trying, yeah, mid-boss could be the next one, and these two teams know about mid-boss. But Mirage is the next one to fall. There are 4 dead for the side of Northwood, and none of them have any CC that would really make stealing the mid-boss possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, gotta be tough. They got the Walker down, but at what cost? Losing 4. Doesn't look like we're gonna have any mid-boss here. Warden will deflect. Looking to get in the fight, and this is just what Warden does so well. You said it. I mean, it takes multiple heroes to try to take him down. That he's just a straight nuisance, Patio.
Oh my gosh, he's so powerful. Just able to hold off 3 on that Walker there, but really good from Ivy to actually try to grab that urn now. It might have been a little bit too late, so I think you were talking about the fight that could have happened on the last urn. This is the fight that's going to happen right now. Going to be very big for both these, and you can see Northwood already rotating over. But I do think Nebraska has the initial positioning. Mirage does have the TP available, so it's really important to see this Shiv and this Infernus. They need to rotate here to be here now, but the Bebop is going to be here, is going to be good. Warden trying to find some leads, but Bebop is going to find stuff on to the Ivy. Combo is going on to Warden, locking him down for just a little bit longer as the Abrams ult is going to knock him up, trying to take him down, but we're waiting on the Lash ult that is going to finally bring him down, and it's going to do so much damage, eviscerating this front line as the rest of Nebraska just can't respond well enough.
No, they can, and that has to hurt for Nebraska right there. A much-needed earn. I understand, you know, why they went for it, but they have to realize the only reason they got, and we finally get that mid-boss that you wanted, but they got that last earn for free because Northwood was willing to trade it for that Walker, right? They wanted that last flex slot. Well, they didn't get the earn for free this time, and kind of the opposite. They delivered it to Northwood. That's the last thing you want to do.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't really have too many ways of Northwood. One thing I really like about their comp is how well they can kind of isolate people. You have the Lash, you have the Bebop. You can really, whenever walking into that team is really difficult. It's really hard to walk at a Bebop, at a Lash, because they can just reposition where you're standing, where they want you to be. Versus Nebraska squad, I think they're much better at playing towards the map, playing more widespread, and then punishing people overstepping.
Yep, I like that. And you've seen Bebop on that last urn. Ivy was going to try to jump in there during the chaos, deposit the urn, kind of, you know, be quick in and out, maybe use that stone form in case he started to get shredded. But Bebop said, no way, snatched him up, and, you know, eventually was able to get the kill. But yeah, I like that as well. They're able to kind of position you where they want to position.
Yeah, and it's finding advantages after advantages. Northwood really stepping up in this game, finding everything, and just getting this soul lead. Now just like a 22k soul lead, if I'm doing math correctly. I think that's right. I think that's
it is.
Yeah, nice. Let's go.
With the Rejuvenator as well. So, I mean, wouldn't be surprised to see them really make a push here and not necessarily get reckless, but, you know, they have that Rejuvenator in case they need it, but really not pushing too much right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're really setting up all their lanes to make sure that they're pushing at the right time.
Yeah.
That's what I really like seeing. That's something that we've seen out of this Northwood squad is that they play the map very well, and they make sure that they don't skip steps because you want to make sure that everything's good. But the Lash is gonna find Victa and just knows that the rest of his team can kill him, so he can go on to 2 and is gonna get another kill for the side of Northwood. Pressing this advantage. They don't need the rejuve because who says they need to die? They can get kills for themselves.
They said that rejuve's just for show. They just like the way it looks, you know, under their names. They're gonna push it, maybe start to take these shrines down. I assume if they get the shrines down, they probably won't try to push the patron unless they are able to grab another kill. But you know, it's really crazy. You said they are able to pick up that 3rd kill, so maybe we do see them hang around, take down both shrines and that patron's first one.
Yeah, definitely would like to see it, but Nebraska are able to find one. Can they find another? Bebop is quite low and is finally going to get taken down. Nebraska really, it's important that they get these now, but both of the shrines are going to go down. Those flex slots are going to, or no, one of the shrines going to go down. Warden does have that ult popped. Faustus is going to be the next to fall, but Warden does so much damage chasing this Abrams down. Really well done job by Northwood, just finding these advantages, getting these waves shoved in, and it's going to be so hard for Nebraska to try to find a way back into this game.
And I don't think Shiv makes his way out. He doesn't. That was a nice little pick there, and I think we certainly see Northwood back off a little bit, start to reposition. Lady Guy's gonna go get that power up there, and I think she wanted to patio. She was almost able to use her you know, life swap there, but just wasn't able to. But I mean, almost 40K here, 30 minutes in. That's big for both Lady Guys and Ward.
Oh yeah, and we're at 30 minutes. This is definitely late game, and you know, whenever you have the advantages that those two have, you know, they're just gonna be eviscerating this team. We see the Warden just running everyone down, and so really well done by them so far. Ivy trying to escape, might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to fight for this urn, but that urn isn't really theirs yet.
No, and Ivy is able to get away. Looks like Lash, he picks it up and drops it immediately. Maybe not sure exactly what he wants to do with it. Immediately going to start heading back a little bit towards his base. That way, if he has to drop it, it's not, you know, an easy pickup. Not what we saw Nebraska do, which was basically hand deliver it to Northwood last time. And I think this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that we've actually seen Northwood pick up the urn first. They did obviously get that first drop, but he's just going to drop that in base so that they can't grab it.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy seeing teams with Ivy trying to focus that urn. But when you're ahead, you know, you can always fight for urn. If you're 30K, if you're 20K ahead, if you're 15K ahead, if you're 10K ahead, you can always fight for that urn. So definitely enjoy seeing them press this advantage, as we have a lot of people here around these camps that could potentially spark a fight out of kind of nowhere, but looks like they could be backing off. But Ivy on the flank, great movement from Warden, but kind of stopped in midair. I'm not sure what happened there. I thought he was getting on top of that building.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was impressed with the movement as well. And that's something that, you know, as this game evolves, I think we're going to see movement become more and more effective, more and more, you know, methodical. As a big snatch there from Bebop. They got 2 on Bebop going to use his ult as well, and they're going to chase her down. Easy kill right there. McGinnis over a minute until they come back. They got to start being really safe here, Patio, because you don't want to sit on the sidelines for a full minute.
Yeah, it's going to get real hard. They do still have the one more shrine available, but with one person down for a minute, I would expect that even though they're running this urn, they should still be able to get this shrine before the McGinnis even gets up to help defend.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, this urn's just going to be adding insult to injury, as they're just under 30K ahead in souls right now. But they said, hey, we can never be too far ahead, and it does look like we might get a little bit of a team fight. Nah, Nebraska not gonna push that urn. They're just gonna have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to fight in the position that they're in. But I mean, we'll see what they're able to do. I mean, Nebraska have to make some crazy plays. You have to kind of find picks out of nowhere. You have to find people overextending, And the first place that you have to look is on these rotations. If they can find people rotating a little bit too late, but they're just not able to find anyone. They're not able to punish how delayed and desync these rotations were, and it's going to be real hard for them to find a way back into this game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down. I know we've talked about it a bit, but to this team, the way that they built it. I mean, I'm trying to think of a nice way, but it's basically one of the most annoying lineups you could go up against, right? You got that Warden, you got that Geist, you got that Bebop with his pool, you got Lash and Shiv. I mean, Mirage being the least annoying team, a teammate that they have says something.
Yeah, and I personally love. I think I don't play Mirage, but I think Mirage, like in competitive, so good. That TP is so powerful. I think it's one of the most. It can be the most impactful ability in the game if used very, very well. So yeah, I've loved what Northwood have put together in this game, but they still have to close out this game. They have to finish this off for the second round of the Holiday Bash. And they could be looking to do that by taking this mid boss. Is that what's happening? I can't.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, well, maybe not. They might be on top grabbing the camps. I'm assuming, yeah, as they move off there. And I would assume, Patio, they do start to push right now.
Yeah.
They're just trying to pushing the lanes up. Maybe they do. They keep flirting with this mid boss
Come
here.
on, come on.
Maybe trying to draw them out. Okay,
There
there they go. And I'd have to assume we're going to see a fight here.
Yeah, definitely. I would want Nebraska to fight here. I think you have to. Like this is at the point of the game where like you have to try to contest, as they do just draw Nebraska out. They're trying to just cause this fight, and they are able to pick off this Mo and Krill. Exactly what you want to see. You force the fight. You force them to come out of their hiding hole, and you say, "Hey, we're taking you down." You do have McGinnis on the side, trying to get that Walker, trying to get these flex slots. They are so far down. But they are able to manage to stop the mid-boss for a little bit, as it looks like Northwood is going to make sure that they secure that next.
Yeah, and I would say I don't know that they necessarily stopped it as much as Northwood were, as you said, were using it purposely.
No.
So we almost see a still here, but two are going to go down. But yeah, I don't know if that was a little bit of bait, right, Patty? They say, hey, we'll start on this mid boss. As soon as they come, we'll hop out, pick one, jump back, grab that rejuvenator, and now this has to be, maybe not the final push, but a big push here from Northwood.
Absolutely, yeah. Whenever you have these plays, whenever you're so far ahead, you never want to try to flip and try to make it really close. I mean, the Abrams did almost manage to steal it, but the heavy melee was a little bit early. But I really like what I saw in Northwood, because they're playing for the turn. They're playing for the fight. It's like, hey, the mid boss is not the fight. The play is we want to get a kill so that we have a man advantage for the fight, for this mid boss, so we can get these pushes, so we can get these guaranteed advantages. So really smart play from Northwood.
Speaking of smart, I mean, high IQ Shiv says, hey, I know that we have this big soul advantage right now as a nice bomb drop there from Ivy, and yeah, we're gonna see him just fly around and drop those. He's got the 4 charges right now, got that rapid recharge on, just to fly around and kind of spam bombs. But Shiv pushes that lane all the way up and meets his team. That was big.
Yeah, I mean, just really, I love seeing that they're not making sure that they check all of, they're doing every single step. They're not skipping anything, and now they're going in for this fight, trying to find something. Infernus on this back line, but is he able to find anyone? He does find the Bebop. The Shiv is ticking low, burning down. Same with the Lady Geist, but they are able to get the kills onto Infernus, onto Vindicta, onto Ivy, and they're just eviscerating Nebraska, and they should be able to press the rest of this game. Mo Krill is the next to fall, and Abrams ults out, and Nebraska's in shambles.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Patriot get absolutely shredded here, and I want your opinion on it, but I really think the turning point of this game was when Lash was able. It was early. It was still, laning phase, but when Lash was able to snatch them all up, they picked up 3 or 4 kills right there. That was the turning point of it all.
Absolutely. I mean, such a great. I mean, it was a great rotation from the side of
Yeah.
Northwood that made sure that they were able to press this advantage. So it was, and they are able to secure round two for themselves. Northwood getting the victory over Nebraska Esports.
Yeah, big. And you see, I mean, it always comes down to those souls. We see both Lady Geist and Warden above 50K. The closest to them were still 10K behind most of the their own team and the opposition 15K behind in souls, and that makes all the difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, wonderful game from Northwood. Definitely loved the draft that they put together.
Yeah.
Definitely expecting to see them continue to press forward, and definitely expecting Nebraska to be trying to bounce back after this. They have three. We have three more rounds today. I hope you're ready because you're casting the
I'm
next
ready.
three games.
I'm ready.
Uh, I know that this one's my last game, and Clone will be back to join you, so that should be a lot of fun. But yeah, wow, what a game from Northwood.
Yeah, they you said it. They checked all the boxes, and not only did they check all of the boxes, the moment Nebraska was able to uncheck one of those, that was top priority. They were all over it, kept all the lanes pushed up. And again, I love that at the end there, they were pushing to end, and Shiv still said, "Hey, one of our lanes is almost in our base. Let me go ahead and meet you there. I know you guys are strong enough with that soul advantage to 5v6 in this moment. Let me just push this lane all the way in." And at that moment, we kind of knew it was game over.
Yeah, it was game over. But I think, like you said, that big turning point was that Lash ultimate
Yeah.
grabbing the three, throwing into tower, doing. He got a 4-man knockup onto it as
Yeah.
well. Just when you have a clutch play like that that gets you such an advantage, and then they're able to get the soul earn, and then they're able to get the fights.
Yeah.
That snowballing was really well done from Northwood. Definitely enjoy seeing it, and will definitely be expecting them to continue pushing forward um, in the rest of this series.
Yeah. Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better series to start off with. I mean, for myself, of course. Yeah, I have to agree with you that that last ult sent them ahead, and they never looked back.
Absolutely. So make sure that you guys all come back. I'm assuming we can probably throw to a break here
Yeah.
shortly. But I mean, when we come back, it'll be Nebraska again, but versus Purdue, the Cornhuskers versus the Boilermakers. So that'll be very exciting to see. I hope you're ready. That's gonna be a good game.
Yeah, I'm ready for it, and I'm actually from Indiana, so I have a few friends that actually went to Purdue. A couple of my buddies are engineers, so I'll have to let them know I was getting the cast for their alma mater.
Yeah, that'll be super cool. So I guess if we are good to throw to a break, I
Yeah,
think we will just catch everyone whenever, or you'll catch everyone. I'll be
yeah,
I'll be gone, but you'll catch everyone. Join us again for the holiday bash. Again, thank you to Purdue for helping host this with College Deadlock.
Welcome back, guys. I'm back on cast with Zen Zero, and we are in our third match of the day. Finally hitting that halfway point. Straight into draft, though. It looks like Nebraska banned Hayes off rip, and that's an interesting pick for a ban off rip.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you got a lot of different options, and of course, for a long time, everybody expects that Yamato. But I mean, I even like a Mo and Krilla Warden. I'll be interested to see what Purdue picks. Judging off of that Hayes pick being first.
Yeah, and I think they did probably get some intel from that first Purdue match where Hayes was such an oppressive pick.
Yeah,
On the side of Purdue, that was just domination in that. So, and then from the other side, we see Mo and Krill, which is an honest. They know the ball, right? They know what Nebraska wants to play. The Mo and Krill's a pick, so they wanna ban that and give some discomfort there. And so now we're going to see kind of how the adjustments happen. Really interesting turnout. I did not expect, I guess, that smooth of a win in that last match, Nebraska and Northwood. But seeing the adjustments here that maybe Nebraska has after that, I'm not sure McGinnis was the right pick for a player like Shromo. But we'll see kind of how that jumps around.
Yeah, and immediately, Patio, he was. I love to see it. Right, he went from casting to coaching, and yeah, he had some thoughts about that. He said as soon as he saw it, he said, "Oh no, don't pick McGinnis." He locked it. He said, "Oh no." So I think he kind of knew that was a mistake. But again, I love to see the duality of it. He goes from casting to coaching. That's big. Oh, and we do have our first pick, Dynamo.
Dynamo being off the board first. That's such a good first pick for a lot of reasons, because I feel like getting a more support role locked in first is always nice. I mean, you're going to get the damage. There's so many DPS characters in this that I feel like it's going to be very comfortable to pick what you want to adjust to. Liddy Geist being taken off the board, and then Infernus as well for Purdue. Some pretty good damage there, especially with the Infernus. A lot of movement there. I'm curious to see if Nebraska goes for like another support role, or if they're thinking more macro in this as opposed to more, the picks, the fights. But I do want to see some responses here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with you. Especially, we've seen that Lady Geist and Infernus picked up. It's a big question. Do we see them continue down that support path, make sure they get the proper support characters, or do we see them grab somebody for DPS here? And we know they don't have to worry about that Hayes on the other side, but yeah, I'm curious to see what they pick up right here too.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to lock the Vindicta. I'm pretty sure I know who that's going to be going to, it's a pretty comfortable pick for him. It would likely be a Ransom running Vindicta. And that's a very solid pick, I think. And then following it up with a Warden, you're kind of responding to that damage pick from Purdue.
Yeah.
When you go with this Vindicta Warden, especially given who's playing on Vindicta and what the track record for him is.
Yep, I have to agree. And I almost feel like one of my early picks, if I was playing coaching, would be Warden, just so the other team couldn't have him. Absolutely one of the worst characters to play against, in my opinion. Him and Mo and Krill, are my top two. Don't want to play against him. But yeah, I like that, right? They get them Vindicta, they're gonna be able to poke a little bit, and then they get that Warden that's gonna be able to just kind of straight tank a lot of that damage they're looking to put out.
Yeah, and following it up with a Wraith, we're kind of locking in on a lot of damage here on the side of Purdue. I like it. I love seeing this aggressive comp out of them, and knowing that they've been a little bit looser on sort of these set comps, I guess. Witnessing the first set of comps where Texas Tech was a lot more balanced in terms of their composition. Purdue was very much more leaning toward a certain way. It was more damage and a little bit. I think they had the IV in that.
Yeah.
No, that was Texas Tech. That had the IV. Apologies. Had to go back and think about it. But now we're seeing Lash lock in. I believe a lot of comfort picks here for a lot of players. I think that's Shroma that's probably going to be on that Warden. If I had to think about it proper, that's probably Patio coming in, slapping him on the wrist, feeling like, what was that pick? What was that McGinnis? No, hey, stop. Just how Patio would say. He would be all, hey, what are we doing? And so the Lash is another good pick. We're seeing a lot of these comfortable picks. The Dynamo is a huge support role, followed up by a bunch of damage there, a lot of capabilities for combos. Paradox is taken next. That's another really good. We're seeing a little bit more support there, or just a little bit more of a flex, I guess, is a good way to play it.
Yeah. And again, on this side of Nebraska, I think they again, I'm trying to think of the best way I can put it. I don't want to sound derogatory when I use the term annoying as they pick up a Viscous, but they are putting together a tough team to go against. The Lash with that big ult, Warden with being able to tank, Vindicta, with those pokes and with that snipe, and then Dynamo, that big ult that can draw everybody in. I mean, Purdue's gonna have to be careful. I think these next couple of picks are gonna be massive and could potentially make or break these teams.
Yeah, you can tell they were discussing it for a second. The McGinnis is going to be instantly picked as a response. Nebraska, you were right though. Nebraska's their composition is very. We know we can be annoying, and we want to be. In different scenes, we might call it scummy.
Yes,
and so I think that may be the right word for it. Very fun to see. I'm not sure it's fun to play against, though.
Nope.
Which, for Nebraska's favor, that's what you want. But on the side of Purdue, I believe it's a very interesting composition. I do think I like it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and I can see what they're thinking. A 7 pick?
Wow.
Okay.
Grabbing Abrams. Yeah,
that's a good response.
Very interesting.
Too.
Yeah,
I like this a lot. Yeah, this is an interesting composition for both. I wasn't expecting a 7 with the rest of those characters, but it's a great addition. It has a lot of things that can respond to it, I suppose, and you see a couple of them, but overall, it's going to be really. I'm excited to see kind of how they play around it, who goes in what lane. Okay, so it's right. Cloud is definitely on the Lash. That is kind of his main. Getting the pick that he probably wanted against Northwood there. And I definitely think this is a much more let's lock in because we didn't want to lose that last game.
Yeah.
And especially given that they've played each other before in show match. They probably wanted that one pretty bad. And so this might be one of those, we were kind of high after beating Drexel, and then lose to Northwood in a game you really wanted. And now we're playing Purdue, which is a challenging team to play against. And again, the kind of host they helped put together this tournament. So Purdue's no slouch, right? No slouch match.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really interesting because Purdue instantly here knows where they want everybody on this comp.
Yeah.
You could just see them like insta-lock where they wanted to set it. And we might see some switching around, but I know Patio's in there telling people, maybe you should go here this time.
Yeah.
This combo is going to be better for this or what have you. Patio's been, he on cast, he just displays the knowledge that he has in the game.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see. It looks like a Warden
will be Shromo.
Yeah, Warden will be Shromo. Yeah, this is about what I expected. Sometime on 7 is a good choice too. I like that. And that's just my knowledge of because I'm at Nebraska. I know a little bit, and I've seen a little bit more of it. But Purdue, they knew what they wanted and they locked that in. That is intimidating to me. They were just ready. They were ready. Yeah. They want to get in this game.
Yeah, they're ready to fight. And I want to say I'm curious if that 7 pickup had anything to do with the new patch, because we know that his ult has been buffed a bit. He's able to move around in it, and he's got that little extra. Forgive me, you might know what it's called, but he can rain down, extra lightning in a small area. So I wonder, if they're thinking, hey, that new ult's going to be a bit overpowered, so let's pick him up.
Honestly, you're not wrong there. I hadn't been able to get through the full patch notes yet, so I also was not aware of a lot of these changes
Yeah.
until right before. I didn't catch the 7 buff. That's a big buff for 7, who's been, you know, a little bit less of a pick, I would say, most of the time, just
Yeah.
because he's not quite scaled as well. But
And
I
I'm
mean,
not sure. I'm not sure. I think that the overall DPS of his ult went down a little bit. I could be wrong, but I think it went down a little bit. But it was added where, yeah, he gets an extra. It's a much smaller radius, but anywhere he can place it anywhere inside of where his ult is reaching, and yeah, drop down some extra DPS. I think it actually. I'm not sure if it stuns or just knocks away the opponents as well, but it's also able to kind of move, and I think that's a huge addition to that.
yeah, that is a big change. As someone who was a bit of a 7 on early release, you know, that first week or so,
Yeah.
that is a big change for 7. That is something I would have liked to see 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But we're in this one. We saw a little bit of chat debate there of whose corn is better to Midwestern universities. Obviously, corn is important, and the debate is whose corn is better. I'm biased. I can't really say. I'm not going to say it. But our great hosts, they said their corn was better. So we'll see what that has today. We're seeing a lot of the standard, you know, contesting. We see a really low health Lash though. To start, he's probably back in. He's got 500. He's probably going to buy a first item.
And we saw 7 already go out there, and I don't know if you caught it, but yeah, I'm actually from Indiana as well.
Oh wow, okay, so this is.
So yeah, it's Indiana versus Nebraska, which I haven't lived there in, you know, about a decade.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but I was surprised we saw 7 go down super early, and now we see another Dynamo and Flash going down. That's not good. That's not a good start.
No, that is not what you want to see if you're in Nebraska, who I believe is in the blue. Yeah, because they have the Dynamo and everybody. It's just not what you want to see on a start. Is all your players go down in a couple lanes and give up at least a little tower health before you can even get back. And we're already seeing a 1k advantage toward Purdue. It's not unscalable, right? Like we all know soul advantage early is huge in lane, but total, I mean, if it's so even across the board, 1k is not going to be too much of a difference. But
I'm surprised they didn't give up a little more than that. You know, picking up 3 kills, because obviously, you know, you get the souls from the kills, but you also get that moment to farm while they can't. So now we do see it go up. Okay, 9k to 10k. But I want to say, you know, I think coming out, Purdue has the squad that's going to be able to get those early kills, but late game is where they're going to have a lot of trouble. As Wraith, a big escape there. Oh, and nobody chasing. He just jumped up to check, but going to be forced to go all the way back.
yeah, leaving Infernus a little bit alone here, as we see a little bit more fight here between an Abrams and 7, and Warden's going to go down early too. You're right. This early game is going to be where we want to see Purdue get the advantage, because this Nebraska comp really scales up later on.
Yes.
And they're taking full advantage while they can. They are getting as many picks to put as much space between them as possible.
Again, I mean, we're not seeing much difference at all. 12k to 13k, obviously slightly ahead, but not by much. I mean, as soon as that hit 13, Abrams gonna pin 7, big punch. It continues, and again, you know, as they're able to get some items, we're gonna need to see this stop for the side of Nebraska. The earlier they can stop the bleeding, the better, because you know, as they pick up those items, that farming is going to go super quick. They're going to be able to maybe even start stealing camps. But even if they're not able to steal them, they're going to be able to get their own while pushing that lane.
Yeah, this is something that is kind of notable. Even with all these picks, it's still only about a 2k.
Yeah,
Nebraska's matching pace still with souls, even though they're 2k. They're not widening the gap at all. In fact, they're closing in, as now it's down to a 1k. So the farming on the side of Nebraska is definitely high. It's back to even. Infernus does go down too, which is a big pick on this lane. And looks like they're just barely going to stay alive in green lane to keep Nebraska off tower for a little bit. But
that's not what I expected there when they were fighting. That Lash all of a sudden had to get out of there. I mean, that was a great job of Purdue to kind of flip the script on him. I thought they were in trouble right there. And as we see Lash and Dynamo, did they go all the way back to heal? Well, it looks like they're healed up regardless. And we see McGinnis go down here, but I'm still surprised now that Nebraska's ahead in souls when they're down this much in kills.
yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you that kills in a game like this aren't necessarily everything. This isn't a team deathmatch. This is not, you know, this is not a game that relies solely on kills. A little bit of a soul pun there unintentionally. But this is a game that relies a lot on positioning and a bunch of different factors. And while kills can contribute to a lot of it, it's not solely dependent on your kill difference. And that's something that's a little bit newer for me as I come from a scene like Call of Duty where it's completely kill dependent. Yeah. And it's so entertaining to watch because it means that you can have map control without, I mean, even if you're down one man, right? Like you're not gonna get full pushed. You're not gonna, especially early game. They're playing for lanes. They're playing for these towers. They're trying to chip away at these towers and get it further toward their advantage. And Purdue is getting close on this Guardian, but
they would like to grab that for sure.
Would love to, but I think sometimes gonna have just enough health to keep Abrams off this. He does. He chases for the pick.
Wow. And then now Infernus goes down as well. And I won't lie, I thought that Purdue was a little farther ahead. Wait, was that a guy swap right there? I didn't get to actually see that. But yeah, I thought the kills were a little more in favor of Purdue when I said that it was actually 7-5, and now it's 9-9. They have caught up, and they're up 2K in the souls. This is where Purdue's gonna have to start being really careful. I mean, we see already that Vindicta up there 7K, and we know she continues to build him as Dynamo forced to pull out an ult. Not gonna get anybody. Does buy him some time to get out of there. Everybody kind of fleeing away from one opponent right there. I don't think they realized how trapped they had Wraith.
I just have to assume that they thought there were more there, that this might have fallen to a team fight or something, but it was a Wraith caught out alone. Cloud now in a bad situation, gonna get swapped, and the Lash is gonna be able to, you know, I'm not sure Lash is gonna be able to get out of this, but actually you're stuck with Lash.
He said, I'm not stuck with you, you're stuck with me. Again, to go down, and I mean, only, you know, very short. That's the good thing about this laning phase, is if you do die, you are back very quick. But as this goes, Seven gonna pull an ult. Oh, and a big slam from Abrams gonna take him out of it. That was big, but he loses his life regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play you have to make, because otherwise the full lane is down. You gotta have to give that up. And now we're seeing Nebraska 13-9. There has been a significant jump in kills in the side of Nebraska as they've gotten their items going. Sometimes probably gonna be forced to retreat here from this Wraith. And
we both held our breath waiting to see if that landed.
I was really kind of hoping for it. That would have been a great read. Oh man, imagine. No, but we see 4 Purdue players stacked up on this. I believe that's blue lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy because it's always, we just see the amber and the blue, so it's tough. But yeah, one of those middle lanes, they do take that tower, and they're really grouping up early. We talked about this last game. As Vindicta gonna be in trouble here, runs into the wall, is able to get out of the way, but Abrams gonna get caught, just pushed up a bit too far. And you know, I wish I could have heard the comms right there, because you know that they said, hey, we're on the way, Vindicta, get out of there, we got your back.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of skirmish all across the map here. We're seeing I'm trying to keep track of it all. Lash is a little bit contesting with Wraith here, and it looks like Purdue's backing up for the most part, kind of resetting and trying to get back into a full line, maybe take advantage of some of these. But yeah, McGinnis is going to get caught lacking. Ransom's going to be able to pick up a Vindicta snipe.
As we kind of said, you know, as this Nebraska squad is able to start to build those items up, as we see on Vindicta already 11K, 7, 8K. The next up is McGinnis on the other side. She also does have 8K as well. That tower gets dropped by 7, but they got to be very careful.
Yeah, and Infernus goes down in the process too. So this is really trending in the way of Nebraska.
Yeah.
Ever so slowly. The tides are turning, because at one point there was a tower advantage in Purdue's favor. There was a soul advantage in Purdue's favor, kill advantage in Purdue's favor. Everything was in Purdue's favor at one point or another. And Nebraska's gone, no, that's mine now. Just slowly but surely. And now we're seeing an 8K soul advantage. Lady Guess is going to get a little bit of some buffs there. And Soul Urn will be grabbed by Nebraska, and they're going to try to move this across the map.
Wow, and I was just going to say, I wonder if we see an early Urn play here, but to be honest, I was maybe expecting from the other side from Purdue to kind of try to close that gap. If Nebraska is able to complete this, we could certainly see a snowball effect. I mean, even without the Urn, we know they're the team that is going to scale a little stronger once they get, you know, their full build going. That's the scary squad, and it looks like they're gonna have an uncontested Urn here. I mean, that's gonna put them up 10K. Purdue's got to be careful here, Clone. I mean, this could very, very quickly snowball into a tough matchup for them.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand really quickly. It looks like they couldn't quite catch it because this singularity.
Let them weep, Lash.
That was a big
Lash slammed him into the singularity. That was huge team play. They get the tower as well. I mean, they are feeling themselves right now. What team comp?
Yeah, wow. That is a great comp. You know that was set up for it. They had the 3 there. They were there trying to get to that Soul Urn to contest it, and Nebraska had stopped them up before they could even get line of sight. So they got Soul Urn advantage, and then they just said, you guys are back to the respawn. See ya. The ult combo is... That's a crazy ult combo. I was not expecting that.
I like that. I mean, just slams them straight into that singularity. You're already, you know, if you survive the slam, you're already trying to retreat right in that moment, just getting snatched up. And I mean, now almost 20K difference in the souls here, 12 minutes in. I would not be surprised if we see, you know, a lot of aggression coming out of this side. Again, I think the way they put their team together, if not only late game, even if the souls were even late game, I think it's still a very dangerous spot for Purdue to be in. But guess what? These souls are not even. So I don't know what we're going to need to see. I would love to get your opinion on it. Do we see them try to sneak an Urn? Do we see them just try to push these lanes, grab a flex? I mean, I don't know what they need to do right now, but they need to do something.
I almost think they have to go for an Urn at some point if they can get advantage of it. Or, I mean, honestly, this Nebraska team, and I know this was mentioned last time, they might try to steal Urn if they know the intel. Nebraska's had so many rejuvenators stolen.
Yeah.
So it's a pain point, and they might be trying to take advantage of it. This McGinnis is probably, McGinnis is not going to be able to pick it up just yet. There's
Goo ball.
Is Seven going to be able to get out of this?
No way.
No,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
Goo ball came and tried to save it, but McGinnis gonna fall as well, and it looks like, yeah, I mean, absolutely, Paradox down too, so they get a 2-for-1 there. McGinnis and Paradox just getting a little too comfortable, thinking they're gonna have a pick on 7 there, and they both lose their life for it.
Yeah, and these kills now, that might be, correct me if I'm wrong, but we noted there's been 2 kills on the side of Purdue since we noted that they were even at 9.
Yeah.
And Nebraska's at 24.
24 to 11. I mean, and that's why we see that 23K difference here in souls. And I think that, you know, we said it earlier, but they needed a better laning phase. I think it all came down to that just because of the picks, just because of, you know, the team composition on both sides. We needed to see Purdue kind of jump ahead early, and yes, it would have been neutralized later because of this Ward being able to tank this Vindicta able to just rack up souls. Of course, we still got I mean, just basically the annoying play style that this team composition has. And yeah, they got a rough start to it. I don't know how they're going to return. Now, of course, still anybody's game. I mean, we're only 15 minutes in, but we're going to have to see something here. They're going to have to stop getting picked out and stop chasing fights because all of a sudden they come and they're trading 1 for 2.
Yeah, and something else to note too, that Solern is back in the play, and it looks like Purdue's all over it. It looks like they're airing to take it. They need to take it at this point. And it's still anybody's game, of course. We've seen comebacks before. This isn't a new concept, but the snowball has been rolling, and they're not opting to pick up the urn yet because it's a team fight.
Yeah.
It's a full fight that Nebraska is winning now. They're 2 down on the side of Purdue. This Walker is probably going to fall in the process as well.
Viscous has shown us the glory of
Nah,
the
forced to back off. They are able to hold that Walker, but at what cost? I mean, we do see a respawn, and they were 3 down. Oh, Ray, nice little card though. I love that card though. Even to grab minions, whatever it is, that card it can be tough, very tough to master. It's hard sometimes to tell how far you have thrown it before you send it around the wall, but I love that because people cannot go away and hide, and that's an easy way to get picked. But yeah, I mean, we look at this, what, 23K soul difference here. Lane's starting to get pushed back, and you already know Nebraska looking to get their second flex slot here.
Yeah, they're taking the Solern all the way back back to their side, and I mean, it's gonna start walking back, but I'm not sure what the play is here.
Just playing keep away. They know they're so high. Yeah, they know they're so high. We're so ahead in souls right now that the soul earn would be a huge play for Purdue. So they said, hey, you're gonna have to come to our base to grab it. And now it looks like they might even be delivering it.
I think they are delivering it here because they are fully set up almost on this drop point.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of contest, but it's a 5v2. I am not too sure that. Yeah, and they get it down again instantly as soon as it's there. And Vindicta's going to take a little bit of chip damage, but that health is really stocked up. Infernus is just sent off the map.
And again, I think that it came down to these teams, to the actual heroes picked. It's going to be an uphill battle, right from the beginning. But the later the game, the worse it gets. And we see almost 40K soul difference here. I would not be surprised if we see them just go for the second flex slot, push these lanes in, and start going after these shrines early. I mean, we're only 17 minutes in here.
Yeah, and this is crazy that this is 17 minutes because when you look at, especially the last couple games on V-Stream, the first game was pretty low soul count comparatively. It was around this soul count generally. It didn't get any higher. And then you look at the last game, that was a really high soul count game. That was 280K, up there.
Yeah.
And this one is kind of somewhere in the middle at this point, I would say, because it's probably going to last a little bit longer than that first one. And we're already at that total, but we're not quite to where Northwood, Nebraska was, where it was full farming all the time, getting souls all the time. But soul earn play from the side of Nebraska has been the emphasis here especially in their snowball roll. As more picks are coming on the side of Purdue, hardly at 6 people total at any point because Nebraska just keeps pressing this advantage.
Yeah, they do. That's very well said, because that's what's giving them so much trouble is once they get a pick, or even worse, they get 2 picks, they kind of force that team fight, and now you're down. So by the time your teammates are able to respawn, get back in the fight, 1 or 2 of you have dropped, and it seems just be a revolving door. But for once, finally, as Abrams going to come back, it's going to be a 6v6, but look at that 10K souls right now for Abrams. I mean, 7's more than double that. Vindicta's more than double that. He's going to have to start catching up.
Yeah, this is going to be a point where if things are going to get any better for the side of Purdue, they need to get better now. They need to
Absolutely.
slow down the bleeding. They need to just take a second, try to get a lane where they can farm. It looks like Abrams is trying to farm to get some more souls on that right lane. Paradox is going to be there as well. But Abrams needs to get back up to par with some of the other teammates, because right now Abrams is just able to get melted by almost anybody. And Sometime on 7 has 23k souls, and Vindicta has 25k souls. This is starting to hurt a lot.
Yeah, it really is, and I kind of feel for Abrams, because you know, we all know obviously the tank of obviously there's multiple tanky heroes, but such a tank, he has to be in your face to farm, to kill. And once he starts getting behind like this, they're just picking him out. Anytime they see him, they want to jump right on him. So it's kind of, he's got two options: stay back and continue to kind of collect souls as he can, but not at the rate that he needs to, or continue to try to press the point. And you know, I mean, already 10 deaths, already double-digit deaths for him.
And again, Shromo picks up the urn. This might be 3 urns if
That would not
Purdue's
be good.
not careful. That would be probably the worst way things could go for Purdue right now. They need to contest this soul, because they have had trouble being able to. Nebraska's just put up a frontline defense. It's just not it's not something that they've been able to accomplish, but it does look like they're getting ahead of the ball here.
Yeah,
They are ahead of this zone at least a little bit, getting set up, and Nebraska might just try to shove through it. It looks like they might just try to shove straight through this lane. I'm not sure that they know that they're going to be pinched on either side, but I don't know how much it's going to matter. Vindicta is down.
That's big. That's big right there for Purdue. And I think that obviously it's not luck, because the game's designed this way, is they're looking to chase down that Viscous, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the urn. And the big reason is they're so far ahead in souls that it's deep into that side. That Singularity, though, will find a pick. Oh man, that was a big play right there. But I think they're not giving up on the urn yet. They think they're so far ahead in souls, they don't even care right now. It's 7, the big ult.
They're just sending everything for this urn. And I mean, I respect it heavily. This is
because the walker's right there as well. So if they can get this urn and then simultaneously pick up this walker, now they got that extra flex. Now nothing is standing in the way of that base.
And there's that urn.
When 5 dead, I mean, this is going to be big. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Shrine fall here.
Yeah, and Race out still for 40 seconds. Lady Geist is just now going to be getting back. You've got over 10 seconds still on everyone else. They're going mid. They might go for this mid boss. You think no.
Oh,
this is
maybe not. Maybe not. I thought it looked like they were backing off for mid, but I'll be honest, I'm surprised they backed off. It has to be, look at those ults right there. I mean, and Furnace is up, McGinnis is up, Lady Geist and Paradox. That has to be the only thing pulling them back, because I would have assumed we've seen at least some Guardians in base fall right there.
No, absolutely. I would have thought either, back up, play for Rejuve, or go straight for some of those, those Guardians at the front door. One of the two, but I guess they thought respawn too soon. We'll get a next wave. And now we're back around mid, and we're at the later stage of the game. Nebraska almost at a 50k advantage right now. Purdue hurting really badly. Abrams at 14k still, and almost doubled by everyone on the opposing team. I mean, Purdue across the board is having struggles, with souls. But
absolutely,
all but McGinnis.
Yeah, all but McGinnis. 24K.
McGinnis is matching the energy of Nebraska, I will say. Not afraid to stand up and chow and right there on souls and right there on power scale. But that Abrams needs, if there's going to be any team play, Abrams needs to get the health up. It's what needs to happen. Yeah,
absolutely. So he's not just absolutely shredded here, as we see Lady Geist get caught in between there. Big kill. The only thing I can think of as to why they didn't go for Rejuvenator in that after that urn drop and dropping that walker, is they all had a lot of souls to spend. That's the only thing I could think of is they said, you know what, let's just go, let's get our items. We're so far ahead here. We don't need to prematurely push, but I have to, you're starting to get the feeling here, Clone, that they're going to make a push, at least to drop these shrines.
Absolutely. This is the point in the game where the snowball really starts to get rolling. We've seen pick after pick after pick, catching Purdue out in the open, catching Purdue on solo plays. They need to start really taking advantage of it. They've been punishing more than, say, in the past when they've had advantages like this. But still, you don't want to get caught waiting and let them, gather souls and get that Abrams rolling. He's up 2K already. It's in the soul. Soul earn is once again on Nebraska. So they are playing for these soul earns like crazy. But Purdue is a little bit more prepared for this one, maybe.
It just shows the confidence, though. I mean, they say, hey, one of us is going to have the urn, so not going to be able to shoot, not going to be able to fight. So not only is it going to be a 5v6, but we're so far ahead that it's almost in the base of Purdue, but they're not even worried about it. They know they're that far ahead, officially 50K above. I don't see how we do not see them get aggressive here, because like you said, they don't want to allow Purdue to start to catch up by farming, pushing lanes back, farming the camps. They pushed in soon. They have to.
Yeah, and I think this is a play from McGinnis on
Wow.
on kind of delaying the inevitable. You're so deep, and it's honestly impressive. It pulled 3 of Nebraska for 1 player, and now Abrams and Paradox are nearby. And Abrams, admittedly, is 4K souls richer.
Yeah, he's catching up.
He's catching up a little bit, so there is a little bit more note there. I do think Nebraska's finally saying maybe it's time we go for it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that they would ignore it, because Rejuvenator is so big for that final fight. They're still not playing it.
They have nightmares and a little PTSD from it. They know how often they get stolen, so they say, you know what, we're just not even going for the rejuve. Let's just go push in their base right now.
Yeah, that might be what they're saying, because McGinnis is still not spawned in for the next few seconds, and everyone else is not quite where Nebraska is in terms of souls. But the Singularity comes in. Paradox is out of the play. And we're seeing a big push. Everyone just rushing in. And the wall will be set up inside. McGinnis is off spawn. We got 40 seconds on Paradox, but everyone else is still alive. Lash getting dangerously low. Is he going to get out of this and keep himself alive?
Hope so, but I mean, he's still not completely leaving, which surprises me. But I have to say, they love that death slam into the Singularity. I mean, they use that so perfectly, and now they do have to back off just a bit here, and it looks like they're really backing off. Maybe going to buy, maybe just gonna go farm some camps. I mean, that's one thing that they do well. I mean, as we talked about, they were talking about, who has the better corn. I think it comes down to the better farmers. And I mean, as much as I love Indiana, Nebraska, the farmers that are on top this game for sure.
Yeah, the farming that came in, especially early, that kept them in on this entire game, it was crucial to keep them in the soul game, because that early lead that they got from picks on the side of Purdue, it couldn't match the farming for souls from Nebraska. And then things just started to pile up and snowball. And for now, Purdue's able to kind of reassert themselves a little bit on the map outside of their own base. But Nebraska, it looks like, and I hate to say it again, but it looks like they're finally going for mid-boss.
And I wonder how much of that is them actually wanting mid-boss, wanting the rejuve, or how much of that is, hey, we're pulling you out of base. Right now, you guys are just kind of, chilling in base. You have your patron. They still have a couple of guardians. So we need to get you guys out. Need to find the picks, or at the very least, find a team fight that's not inside of the base, so we can start to make this final push.
Yeah, and what I think Purdue has a decision, and it's, do they want to play into that team fight that they know will come, or do they want to make it on their own terms and not give Nebraska the luxury of having, maybe a team wipe or a 4 down scenario where they get almost a free run through the door, unlock door, just walk right in. And it looks like we will see a little bit more of a team fight, but Purdue's clamping the jaws down on the outside. This is a pinch. We're seeing a
Lash going
for
down
a
was
Lady
big.
Guy.
Yeah.
Lady Guys for a Lash is not bad.
No, especially when he's up 6K in souls on him, and with them up 60K right now, I think that Purdue's just kind of prolonging the inevitable, if you will. With them trapped in base, yes, they're going to be able to clear out the minions that push in, but that's not going to compare. So they're just going to continue to see a bigger difference in this soul disadvantage. So I don't know. I think that they're going to have to try something. Sitting back in base, yeah, it's going to prolong the game. They're going to survive longer, but it's just going to make it worse, when the reckoning comes.
I agree. I think right now they're playing for longevity in the hopes that it can help. And there is a scenario, but Seven with the Soul Urn, as soon as we start talking about anything hope-wise, another Soul Urn is in the possession of Nebraska, and they're looking to dunk this. And it's, unless Purdue can get a favorable team fight here, which Abrams is clawing his way back into the economy, it's right now on point. On the drop zone, there are 2, maybe 3. Oh, Infernus did go down, so it is.
If they're gonna give it up.
It is given. Yeah, it is given.
Our yellow
And that's, I mean, I don't see they're gonna be full build now. And the thing is, though, if you look on the side of Purdue, still 150K souls. So, I mean, they're starting to get decently built up. But, again, I think even if they're even at this point, the team composition still goes to them, as McGinnis doing everything she can to survive. Gets picked out. Going to be out for over a minute. Still 30 seconds for the Infernus. Do they push? Or right now, I think maybe just push these lanes up is kind of the play. Get these lanes even and get them all pushing towards that base.
And I don't hate the play that that McGinnis and Paradox did there. They gave up Soul Urn and they gave up the contest for it, but they were going for those walkers. They were trying to get a little bit, because that would be a big boost.
Yeah, grab that flex.
Yeah, grab the flex, get something going, and we're finally seeing Mid Boss get attacked here.
We have Abrams. Abrams lurking. He will have that slam. That looks like he is gonna try it. I'm here for it. I want to see it as he did.
If it happens,
that ult.
No,
he didn't get it.
He didn't.
Just a second premature, but he had to slam right then. If he didn't, he was shredded regardless.
Now, I've not seen any of the other Nebraska matches. I know they didn't get Rejuve in the Northwood game.
Yeah.
So
they almost stole it though.
They almost stole it? Okay, so there's a little bit of changing hope in the Rejuvenator game. I know that's been something they've been harping on ever since the 4 loss, or the 4 theft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might make me retire from the game. I'm not gonna lie. I get so I'm fuming if we lose it once, 4 times. I'd have to mute my mic for sure.
Hanging up the jersey and everything. I'm right there too.
And now we got the patron transform. The question is here: do you think they stick around, or I mean, they only have one other lane to push up, so I don't see them leaving here. I think they're gonna stick around and just take this one by brute force. Just shy, 1K shy of 80K soul lead. They can withstand and just about 2v1 almost anybody. Here as 7, the big ult gonna clear everybody out. They're gonna be able to start attacking that patron, and it's going to be shredded.
Look at that.
Jeez, Nebraska, a big bounce back after that loss.
Big, about as big as you could say. This was a definitive win throughout. Lots to be noted. I think if any of the other teams are watching, they're immediately going to look at, who are we banning now? Because Mo and Krill was a huge ban, I thought, for the side of Purdue, and it didn't change a lot. I think it's largely down to when Nebraska's playing long game, they can play that early farm game well enough that they just don't have too many concerns of long game. But when they play the early game, they have some struggles and they have some issues. And I think that's just something that they will fix.
Yeah.
But again, Purdue did what they could. They extended the game how they could. And honestly, early on, I thought this was going to go the other way because they
Me
had the
too.
picks that
Me
they
too.
got.
Yep.
I
Yep.
was really worried as a Nebraskan. I was really worried. I was like, oh man, they're starting with the picks. They're going to get the snowball rolling. And I mean, props to them. They did have a lot of mechanics there and a lot of things there that were going well. It just snowballed in Nebraska's favor toward that middle and end game.
Yeah, we start seeing some early rotations, some really good positioning there to make up for it. Because as we said, they had those early damage characters, as to where Nebraska kind of needed to build up a few items. So they used that positioning, they used those team fights to kind of overcome that, and it was swift and fast. I mean, it went out of nowhere. Less than a minute after we said, hey, Purdue's coming out, got the first couple of kills, looking hot. All of a sudden, Nebraska jumps ahead. And I mean, you said it, snowball effect from there. It went from a 6K soul lead to a 60K soul lead almost. So yeah, that was big for them. And again, I think it came down to that team composition, that lash death slam into that singularity over and over again. Not only does that get into the mental, but obviously it puts you out of the match for 30 seconds to a minute, depending on how late into the game it is.
Absolutely. That was the most notable thing. It felt like at any point in the game, if they did that combo of ults, it was just over for whoever was caught in it. It just felt unstoppable. So that was certainly a great match. I thought that was really entertaining, the way that went. And with that, thank you to Purdue again for hosting this and helping run or hosting this stream and helping run the tournament. And I think with that, we can send it to a break.
Yeah, we'll be back. Me and you, Clone, will be right back in the booth. We'll see y'all soon.
See you soon. All right, we're back. We have another Nebraska matchup here. What is that? 3 in a row now?
Yeah.
We're sticking on Nebraska for over half of the day. We're in match 4 out of 5. We're in drafting now, and it looks like we have. I'm trying. I should have checked during break. Is this Texas Tech or is this?
So you're putting me on the spot, and it is
Yeah.
Texas Tech. It is
Okay,
Texas Tech.
sweet. All right. Yeah.
Good
So we're about
guess.
to
You
get.
should have just been confident with it. You were
I
right.
know. Yeah, I need to be more confident when I say stuff. Yeah, but Nebraska, Texas Tech. So we're seeing two teams that we've seen a bit of before, at least on B stream. Texas Tech was in our first matchup. A little bit slower of a team, but they're definitely more macro centered in terms of how they play. So they like to play for the earn. They like to play for this stuff that Nebraska really focused on in that last game. So I'm curious to see how draft goes here. We're waiting on Texas Tech, and then we're going to get into this draft. I hate to put you on the spot here, but what do you want to see kind of going into this? What do you want to? What kind of game do you want to play?
I'll say first off, you already said it, but I'm very curious about. I'm very curious as to what Nebraska does with their ban, right? Because we saw them go with Hayes last time, but that was specific to Purdue. So I wonder if we still see that kind of, very specific ban towards Texas Tech, or if they go with something a little more general. But going back to your question, as we were about to get our first bans in here, but I would like to see a little more fighting for that earn, a little more fighting for that mid boss. We saw Purdue didn't really put up much of a fight. They tried. I won't lie, they did try, but they were just so behind in souls they were unable to. So I'd like to see some more team fights, over those objectives this time.
Yeah, that's absolutely what needs to happen, and that kind of starts here in your picks. And Warden is going to be the ban. That is a standard, I think. That is. Oh, okay.
One of Invicta.
A Vindicta ban.
So do you think that's specific to Texas Tech? They did it because they know they like Vindicta, and he's the one they banned last time is the first pick.
Oh man, yeah. I want to say so, but I know that one of Nebraska loves Vindicta, so it's a weird 50-50 for me because I guess they're taking that risk, but they're going for Dynamo again, so they want to play. Oh, and it looks like they're going Geist as well.
I think we see that Lash come up soon because we know they love mixing those ults between Lash and Dynamo, and it was working so well last game for Nebraska.
Yeah, I can see this. I can see the Lash coming in. Honestly, I think they might try to keep a lot of the same composition that they were in that last matchup because it was working so well. It's such a good mid game, late game composition. But not Purdue, Texas Tech, really debating what to do here. They do they're hovering in Furnace at least.
Oh, it looks like they might lock that in. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe even pull Lash away if they've done their homework, just because they know Nebraska likes to use that ultimate. But looks like they do lock in on Infernus here. Yeah,
I mean they still have a chance here. I honestly do think that if they want to do anything, it would be take away that Lash.
Yeah,
because we know what they want to do with the Lash Dynamo combo. I gotta believe that they want to get rid of that. And I mean, the thing about a new esport like Deadlock, especially in the collegiate scene, there's not a lot of them. There's not a lot of these teams, so they are screaming a lot. They're hovering the Lash.
Yeah, I thought we were about to see it happen. They're trolling us a little bit here, switching between a lot. They got 12 seconds. Are they going to lock in on this McGinnis, or are they going to snatch Lash at the last second? Looks like 6, 5. I don't know. Might be McGinnis.
They stick McGinnis.
They do. You think this Lash gets picked up on the other side here?
I would hope so, but it looks like we're going to get a
pick. We're not locked in yet, but they were on it pretty quickly.
Yeah, they get. I think in this split we might see a Lash pick, but if they want to shift away from it, I'm interested to see what they do if they don't pick Lash.
They grab Bebop. They got beat up here.
Oh, okay.
And I would love to see, the side of Texas Tech grab Lash Day. It looks like they're thinking about Shiv, but then we see no Vindicta, no Warden, no Lash on the side of Nebraska. I mean, that would be tough for them right there, but that requires somebody that is very confident, using that character.
Absolutely. I'm just really curious about what we're seeing here, because this is a lot of giving away what we saw they were so strong with,
Yeah.
and what we've seen them pick a couple times now, in the last couple matches. And Texas Tech, we know that they're very insistent on a good draft from that first match. They had the better draft against Purdue, and I'm interested to see, because that's a great talent pick from Nebraska as well.
It seems that Nebraska, and I would love to pick Patio's brain, knowing that he's the coach, but I feel like maybe they are their full strategy last game and this game, as we might see my main get picked up. I'm all
There you
here
go.
for it. But they're kind of looking to counter the other team. That's more so what they're trying to do, because we know, Dynamo with that singularity is going to be big against high damage output characters like Hayes. Same with that Lady Geist. We know in Furnace Hayes, they're going to want to be up in your face. Shiv, kind of same thing. Got that ult to swap with. And then, of course, great talent for the poking. So it seems that they're kind of picking, as they pick up a Viscous there, they're kind of trying to counter, or come in with a strategy, knowing what Texas Tech is going to do.
Yeah, and also Bebop being able to take away any of the flight stuff as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're set up for some anti-flight with Singularity and the grapple, and they have great talent as well, which is big on Snipe. It's just such a different mentality than I feel like they had that match against Purdue.
Yeah.
Where it was a very set composition that they wanted, and this is very much counter picks from what I can tell.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And if they lock in on Kelvin here, which looks like they do, I mean, a very support heavy cast here on the side. Wouldn't be surprised if we see, Ivy as more of a DPS role potentially, or Ivy or Kelvin as a DPS role, because they have Kelvin, Ivy, and McGinnis all, support characters here. It looks like 7 might be our final pick, but I want to go back to that Viscous. I think they did that in response to the Ivy pick, and I like that, because Ivy's stone form cannot take Viscous out of his ult, so that's big right there.
That is a big pick. And that's good intel too. They're really hovering over this 7 pick, and from last game, I like it.
Yeah, he did well.
I hadn't seen it post patch or post buff, I guess. It's pretty strong. It feels like it scales a lot better than it used to. And I mean, maybe it's just, I think it was Sometime that was playing on 7.
It was.
And
he was farming like
he
monster.
was farming. So the picks are in, the draft is had, and it's really interesting because it's so support heavy versus a mix of everything. It's a mixed bag versus a lot of support, or maybe some support airing characters that can be DPS if you really want them to be.
Yeah, which both Kelvin and Ivy. I mean, and I tell you, Ivy's gun can go absolutely crazy, but the issue with that is you have to have a very successful laning phase, and you have to have successful farming. You never want to get caught in that tough spot where you don't have the souls to get that 100 rounds in your gun, crazy DPS. Because obviously we know that spirit route with Ivy is massive. Those 4 Kutsu bombs coming back every 3 seconds can be huge. So I'm curious to see if they go Kelvin DPS or Ivy DPS here, or if they go 3 support.
Yeah, I think if they go 3 support, it'd be an interesting play, but it'd mean that they're likely going to be together a lot. And I don't hate that. I kind of like that. It's just going to really stress them early, and I think that's going to give Nebraska a really early game advantage. They figure out what lanes they're in. I don't think they're going to show what they want in each lane.
They might
just
swap.
yet.
They might swap around a little bit even after, you know. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking too, is how these matchups in the lane, who are they going to put in those solo lanes? If we see them throw a Kelvin in the solo lane, which they haven't, but just saying, we would have known they're most likely going DPS there. But I mean, it's gonna be tough. I'd be surprised if they don't switch something around, try to, you know, throw a curveball, if you will.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing pretty much the full picture here. We're waiting on one more, and then you know, a couple of picks on heroes. But we kind of can assume Neptic's going to play the one character that's not been there, which is the Viscous.
Yeah. Sometime back on 7.
Yeah, sometime back on 7. I'd be scared to go up against the 7, and it's great talent 7. And Ivy's in that lane with Hayes. That's actually going to be a really good lane, I think. That's gonna be...
But again, I think that they have to succeed, right? That's a make or break lane right there with Ivy and Hayes. If they fall behind, that could throw it all for them. But in the other hand, if they're able to jump ahead, maybe get a couple early kills, that'd be massive for them.
Yeah, and we are seeing, I think it's Arctic is subbing out for a different player. So this will be a different gameplay, I think. I'm not sure if Arctic was in the last one. I might be.
I think he was.
He was? Okay.
I could I could be remembering him from the one previous, but I know that I've already seen Arctic in 100%. I feel like he was, but I don't hold me to that 100%. But I want to also highlight Shromo on his 3rd character in 3 games. We saw him with that McGinnis, maybe a little bit of a mistake against Northwood. So then he goes to his main, which is that Warden, as we see some last second shifts here. And now going with Lady Geist.
Yeah, I gotta say, Shromo, it's impressive that we've seen him pick multiple different characters. And even if the McGinnis was a mistake, as Patio was very unhappy about it.
He's adamant about it. Yeah.
Adamant about it being not the move. But even so, Shromo is a very notable player, and his ability to have multiple characters is of note and something that teams need to take into account. And here we go. We're seeing some lane swappings already.
I knew that because there's definitely some counters in here, and there's definitely some ways that they can kind of force some weaknesses, if you will. And I was gonna be surprised if we seen Ivy go into that solo lane. I know as an Ivy main, it can be tough very early game depending on who you're up against.
Yeah, and I mean, Ivy early on can have some struggles, but Hayes is gonna immediately be on this Viscous. On this Viscous, it's gonna be high pressure. Viscous has to back up for a minute. This is a solo lane.
Yeah, it's not a good start yet for that Viscous, and I think Hayes knew that she wasn't going to be able to get the kill there, but just wanted to back him up so he can get the minions already pushing tower, and now he's gonna be able to play behind the minions, still right in front of the tower though. That's big.
Yeah, and only for the moment is still low health, not able to really get any heals. It just he's getting health chipped away.
As soon as he picks up that Q, he'll be back in order. We already know that's going to be his next pickup soon as he has enough. Oh, but he's going to get pinched out there. I mean, I don't know if that's long enough to call a poke, but Hayes, big kill to get us started here. And if Hayes can jump ahead, we know already 1.1K. We know just how deadly she can be.
Yeah, especially in this meta now after that patch. A lot of those numbers have not really fallen too far, and it can get bad quick. Yeah, Shiv is going to get picked, so that is kind of the return there. Bebop did get picked as well, which is of note. Kelvin might be able to get talent here.
No way. I wonder what was in the head of Grey Talon there. Had the airborne, had the dash, could have got out of dodge, but stuck around. Maybe thinking that they were going to be able to out damage them with that rain of arrows, but that Arctic beam, that's no joke.
That is no joke. But I saw the vision. You know, the shot was there. It didn't hit, and it set up for a really unfortunate situation on playing for the push. But things have kind of evened out. We're still 7K, 7K. It looks like Texas Tech has taken a little bit of the edge there, though.
Yeah, I mean, we see here the Shiv almost doubled up on the Bebop. Well, Bebop just, of course, came up big, but the Haze is doubled up on the Viscus right now. And that's something that could get out of hand later game. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some early rotations to kind of maybe find either a pick on Haze or just push that lane all the way up to tower and give Viscus a chance to grab some games.
Yeah, this is early game. This is high pressure on Viscus, especially with the soul disparity on that lane. Haze has to take advantage of this and just keep Viscus down, because if Viscus can come back at all, it starts to kind of get away from Haze on the camps especially. And across the board, though, we're seeing a little bit more stalling out, some health falling down on the Texas Tech side. Bebop is really low too, though.
And I say it's much more even on the side of the big pick right there from Lady. Guy's gonna snipe Shiv out of there. But it seems that you know, the Amber Hand, they're a little more even in the souls. When we look on the other side, we see guys that 3K already. We see Dynamo at 3K already for Nebraska. I wonder how that's gonna play, and we already know that's Shromo, who has been just instrumental in Nebraska's success.
Yeah, it's gonna really rely on Lady Geist here to keep that soul advantage going early on. Great Talent is picking it up too. I mean, across the board, the only one really behind it all is Viscus, and it's because of the early picks. And even then, things have kind of stalled out overall on picks and stuff. We do see a single air coming out early though, and it looks like
seven. Because had 7 HP, perfect wall right there. Oh my, I can't believe. Okay, there it is.
Yeah. The chase will eventually go the way of Nebraska for the pick. Viscus, a little bit of damage on them on that outer lane against Haze. Things are kind of evening out though, and it looks like right now Infernus and Seven are in a bit of a duel as well. But Infernus more taking the advantage there. Seven not able to really get too much going on the Infernus right now, and a lot of farming
right into that Infernus is electric bomb. I mean, you gotta stay away from that because it will shred you, and that's the only thing I think that held that Infernus off for a moment right there. But I mean, pretty close in souls. I mean, actually exact 3.2k for both of them. I think that Seven has to be careful. He does not want to die. Maybe we see a little bit of a roam, a rotation over there to help them out, but we haven't seen it yet on that Viscus, and that's where I think priority goes. If they're gonna rotate anywhere, it's over to you know, find a pick on Haze, as Infernus does go down. Just what I was talking about right there. Stromo's gonna go over and help him out.
Yeah, that's a big help, and now we see Dynamo getting kind of walled off, but McGinnis is forced to play back as Ivy kind of helps McGinnis out, and Dynamo is going to take some damage, and Bebop's going to take some damage. But right now this is not really favoring either side. So far, it looks Dynamo's pretty close though. Now that I say it, Dynamo's kind of had a little bit of damage.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, but he's looking to pick Viscus again. The Viscus is really struggling. You know, we saw Stromo as guys get over there. Okay, now we see it. Yeah, Bebop, we're gonna rotate. That needed to happen. I think honestly could have came even earlier, but if they could pick up a kill here, that'd be massive. Haze is buying, but no real way to oh, there she's gonna get some help, but she's not gonna be able to heal unless she has some life still here.
Yeah, no, Bebop's going to be put into a really bad situation on that side, but we're going to rotate over to this Lady Geist. Oh, we're going back over to the Bebop now.
Yeah, Viscus just pulled up.
Viscus pulled up, so now we're seeing a 2v2 on this right side, and it looks like Texas Tech is going to play back. Infernus does catch Seven.
I see McGinnis.
So this is so back and forth, and total soul count is even
Exact.
here.
Yeah.
It's exactly even.
And
We're seeing
I wonder how we're gonna see this develop here, because we're starting to see some roaming, we're starting to see some ganking, and I mean right now you're starting to get the feeling we said it a couple of games ago when Lash was able to use his ult to kill four of them. You're starting to get the feeling the first big team fight that happens, that's when we're finally gonna see somebody jump ahead. As Bebop's got to be careful, he's gonna be in a 2v1 here, and Kelvin's gonna wall him off. He does use his ult though, he will be able to get out. Great talent.
bait and switch.
Yeah, I like that. I like great talent rotating it right at the perfect time, and nobody's getting hurt.
Just a taste
Yeah, and
of
we're seeing more pressure from Hayes on that side with Viscous. Infernus does go down. And putting more pressure on the tower. Viscous is kind of forced to use the tower as a bit of a body shield.
Yeah.
And we're seeing multiple fights around this around the map right now. Dynamo kind of caught alone right now on that side as Infernus is back on spawn.
The hunt is
But great
about
talent.
to get more interesting.
Great talent is with Bebop here.
And look at these rotations. McGinnis and Ivy, they were in that middle lane together. Now they're over there fighting seven, pushing on that Guardian, as we see Great Talent gonna send some help here. We know if he get a kill with this gains, oh, if that had been huge. Spirit power as Hayes gonna ult just to get out. I don't think she survived.
I don't
though.
know.
Oh no, Viscous
What a
finally
pro.
gets it back, and that now he's only 1K behind. Okay, excuse me, make it 2K, but he's catching up. He was what, 2K to 5K at one point, so that pick right there will allow him to hopefully catch up. But Dynamo,
again.
big singularity. McGinnis gonna wall him off as well. Kelvin goes, excuse me, McGinnis goes down.
Yeah, McGinnis falling there, trying to play a little bit of life, maybe looking for some help, but it just wasn't there. And these fights now are really tailing back and forth. We're seeing Bebop on this 1v2. Hayes low again. We're seeing a lot of Hayes starting to fall behind in maybe the health game, as some of these rotations have kind of come through and are able to help Viscous out a little bit, as the soul discrepancy is less of a problem when there's at least, you know, another person there that got to help you out. And Bebop's going to jump right into this fight as well, looking for a pick, able to get away from the Kelvin as well, but not able to get the pick that was really important.
Yeah, he would have liked to grab Shiv, but that Arctic Beam again is going to slow you, damage you. Kelvin going to throw out his
get
dome.
out of there.
But wait, look how big that dome was, massive up there. I don't know how he's getting out. And I do like this. They're bringing the fight to Hayes. They know Hayes had that soul discrepancy, had that 1v1 advantage, as Ivy gonna drop a bomb right there, using that stone form very offensively, because he knew he had that 2v1 7 picked out. Big kill right there. Now we got 3 of them all in this far lane.
Yeah, and this again is really back and forth. 7 being picked off it hurts on that side.
Yep.
But at the same time, Nebraska is up 3K now. Not that that really is like too big of a gap. It's able to be closed off really quickly. And Dynamo trying to play for just trying to play for life in general, is eventually picked off on that end. And Viscous trying to claw back to even here with everyone else and getting close. Dynamo still waiting for spawn. We're seeing a bunch of contests on either side. Towers have fallen on either side. Nebraska only losing 1. It looks like Texas Tech has lost 2 towers.
Yeah.
But as I say that, the second Nebraska tower will fall, and we're back to even on everything. And now
They
Texas
actually
Tech
jump ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is, I mean, I don't think we could have much more even start here. I wonder exactly what the kill is, but Texas Tech gonna go up 2K now, immediately back to 1. But yeah, it's getting very, very even. But we are finally getting into this, you know, almost full team fight phase here. Of course, with still multiple Guardians up, lane's still gonna take priority. But oh, Kelvin, he loves that Arctic Beam, uses it with that ice patch, so hard to get away from. He gets that extra speed. Now Bebop, nice uppercut with the stun on top of, with the pulse grenade on top of that, forced him to back off, and Lady Guy's gonna hop in, but already starting to get shredded.
Yeah, and when you know how to play Bebop, it can really be devastating.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, Bebop is downed out of that fight, but teammates came over to help and made sure that it didn't become too big of an issue outside of one pick. But Bebop coming up spawn. I'm interested to see how this develops because right now we have 3 Texas Tech players in one spot, and we have the others kind of dispersed around that left side of the map. And Discus is coming on the side here for this team fight. I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more impact on maybe a pinch. We do see a pinch. Kelvin and everyone is forced to kind of back off a little bit.
And them holding them off 2v3 right here is massive. They need to get a pick here when they're up. Because I mean, right now it's just somebody's missing in a lane, and as we say it, 2 go down for Nebraska. Both Ivy and Shiv, everybody up right now. Excuse me, for Texas Tech, everybody up for Nebraska.
Yeah, and to be fair, Bebop was coming back off spawn, had been picked off somewhere in that fight as well. It's just back and forth with these two teams, and now they're back to even again. This could not be any more high contention right now, as Nebraska, yeah, does have maybe a bit more pressure at points, but it's been Texas Tech mostly pushing some of these up until now, where a tower does go down on the side of Texas Tech, where the tower advantage is now finally back in Nebraska's favor. And we're going to see Bebop maybe playing a little bit more for these souls, as they've kind of fallen behind alongside the Viscus in some of this soul game.
They're trying to catch up, but on the other side, we see, you know, Kelvin and Shiv still both only at 8K. Viscus and Bebop 8K, 9K, but Lady Guy still jumping ahead 13. But we do see on that other side, both Hayes and Infernus right there at 12K. And we get the soul urn delivered right there, but still doesn't make a big difference on that soul difference. 2K ahead here for Nebraska.
Yeah, those soul urns, they add up over time, slowly but surely. And especially in a match like this where it's so close, they are huge helps and they are big in the moment, but they don't really show up, you know, at instantaneously. They're that cumulative, you know, boost. And we see another soul urn up and ready to go because it's at 15 minutes now. And I'm curious to see if Nebraska is going to try to get this quick. They're going to maybe wait on it because they do have Lady Guys down. Trauma has fallen on that side, and it's just Hayes over there.
And still Texas Tech already picking up that flex slot. All Guardians are down. Nebraska still has, what, 2 standing, I believe, in the way. Maybe just that final one that Kelvin's protecting right now. That's going to be, I assume that's where we're going to see our first massive team fight, unless they're just able to overwhelm this Lady Guys. Or excuse me, this Great Talon.
Yeah, both are left with 1 tower, or I guess 1 guardian right now. I keep saying tower like
I mean, that's a lot of people do that, so that's okay. That's acceptable.
Okay. Well, either way, both are still left with 1, so soul advantage is slightly in Nebraska's favor, thanks to the soul urn, but I would say, ooh, and we see a 7 ult here.
And I'm knocked out of it.
Knocked out of it.
Did he stop it, or did somebody knock him out of that?
I'm not sure. I think he probably canceled it because no one was really around for much longer than he had it popped. And we're seeing a little bit of a push here from Infernus. I'd be cautious. Don't overchow this because they're waiting for you to push into this. And they're just going to start melting Infernus.
Oh, yeah.
Is he going to get back to the Ivy? They're pushed up now, but now Nebraska is able to just back up into their friends. And now we're seeing a team fight. Lady Guys is retreating though, so this won't be a full team comp. Ivy does follow though.
I believe that's the final tower. No, still it's Kelvin, Hayes, and McGinnis right now, all on that last Guardian. They know just how important it is, but it's what, about a 3rd health right now. They want to keep it up. They want to keep that flex slot out in there. What a big push by Kelvin. Actually, he's iced all over. Of course, if Bebop into his ult, doesn't matter. He's shredded. That tower's gone. And both sides of their flex now.
Yeah, well, Nebraska still has yet to get the last Guardian off of Texas Tech's side. This one lane has been just such a thorn, but it's right there.
There it is. There it is. That was premature. Now
Yeah,
towers
now.
are gone from both sides.
Yeah, now the flex lot has come through.
Green
And
Walker
again,
is
even
under
with
attack.
4K, 3K, as I say it.
I know. That's happened every time. If I had 100 souls for every time we said that, I'd always be ahead. But we see Shiv here just pushing this lane out, and I'm surprised we're still get the feeling that they're playing at the laning phase, but almost 20 minutes into this.
Yeah, this does feel a lot more slow. I mean, looking even at the last match, the soul count was drastically different.
Yes.
We were talking about the soul count at about 18 minutes, and it was 120 some to 85K. So there's been no real advantage. We're missing 40K over the last game. The pacing of this has been significantly slower.
Absolutely, and we see Shromo as Lady Guys finally surpassed in souls. Hayes up to 19K now. They got to be very careful because we know just how deadly Ace can be. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see both sides pick up a knockdown. I mean, we got that 7 ult, we got that great talent in the air, but on the other side, that Hazel and obviously Ivy on her team, so no stone form to take her out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some actives to stop some of these ults, some of these this sky play from great talent as well.
Yeah, and we're witnessing right now a bit of a skirmish, but
yeah,
quickly disengages. Nebraska kind of backing off. They kind of realize, hey, this is not going in our favor. Let's just play back and maybe reassess where we're at right now. But Texas Tech is rolling up. They're all kind of playing for this fight, and it looks like Nebraska's going to go, all right, bet. Let's throw down.
Let's do it. Yeah, and I like that right there. Good communications because Shiv was starting to rotate out. He has almost 6K souls. Probably wanted to buy something, but Nebraska really started to push, so they came back for the team fight. But again, it seems like both sides playing a little passive here. You know, only really staying for the kill if they're backed into that corner pretty much. I mean, if they can get away, they will.
Yeah, and Texas Tech, they had the setup right for that team fight. I mean, they just kind of 3 backed up, and as I say that, now we're seeing a little bit more. Andy, as Bebop, he's quickly losing health and falls as fast as I'm talking about it. And Lomo, a literal tank, just in the face of an Infernus, eats it all.
He loves those tanky characters. He loves to do that with that Warden. As Visca's gonna ult to the goo ball, but not enough. Looks like he will drop, and this is the first time we're down here for Nebraska, and this could be big as we see an 8K solely go to the side of Texas Tech. This might have been the turning point.
Yeah, this is what you didn't want to see on the way of Nebraska is 5 down, at one specific time. The 7 is the last one up, and they're able to get this walker for free. And now there's only 2 walkers up on your side. You've not taken a walker yet, and you've kind of had the advantage for a bit of time there and didn't really capitalize on it to maybe the best of your ability and kind of pay the price for it. Because now this Haze is at 23K.
Wow.
In the span of a couple minutes. And 24 as we're talking, and we've not crested 20K yet if you're Nebraska.
Yeah, nobody has, even though Lady Geist was in that lead. I mean, pretty close with 19K. I was I'm surprised we've only seen one earned delivery. Now it looks like they are gonna fight over at McGinnis. Got 2-on-1 here. Dynamo trying to use. Oh, he uses the singularity after that. Has a teammate to show up. They end up being able to drop one. Oh, big plays there though, and Geist is gonna get there.
Yeah, Lady Geist able to roll up and make something of it. That 2 down for the side of Texas Tech. That kind of helps Nebraska there. The soul earn. If Nebraska can keep playing the soul earn effectively throughout this match, it keeps them in it to some extent. They get some buffs from it.
I have to agree, and I mean, 9K difference right now. If they're able to deliver this turn, that will, you know, might not equalize. The Soldier's gonna put it very, very close. It's a big snatch on Ivy. They're gonna use Stone Form. Doesn't stun anybody though. Seven hot on his tail. Ivy, we know, does have a couple extra dashes, but that's not going to be enough. Seven says, come here, big snatch.
Yeah, huge play there from the Bebop to just snatch the Ivy.
It was, yeah.
Big read, because that would have been a huge pinch from that Ivy later on, and it looks like Solon did go the way of Nebraska, so they're right back in this in the Soul game. You know, like we were saying before, back and forth.
And
One big punch and 3 down. This Lady Guys is low, and that's something you should keep mind of. But 7, you gotta get a Walker here. Pretty uncontested.
You got to watch that Lady Guy is up. So you know Shermo's just waiting to find somebody to snatch up to switch health with, but starting to help a little bit. It's down at mid, and we're going to see a few people pushing here from the grass. They're really looking to get these walkers down when they have this advantage.
Yeah, they're really trying here, and we see one of them is extraordinarily low before the Kelvin came in and saved that walker at the last possible second. But this walker here, it's at about half health, and there's a lot of pressure. This might involve another team fight. The Dynamo caught out on the other side of the wall, unable to get back, and just melted.
I don't know what, maybe he was jumping in for the singularity there. Nobody was close enough. But we see Kelvin with the Ice Dome into the Arctic Beam. It's going to be a 3-on-1. Can't get away. Big pick right there. I mean, as soon as you think one team has the upper hand here, it gets taken away.
Yeah, all the air between anybody's sails just keeps getting back to the other side. They go, no, this is mine. You know, we're gonna run away with this. No, you're gonna run away with this. It's crazy. We're not seeing any real advantage be taken outside of statistically Nebraska's gotten the soul earns, but that's what's kept them in this.
Yeah, yep. They were behind a decent bit, find themselves down 4K right now. And I mean, Texas Tech still have all 4 walkers up. That's big. Of course, we know those middle walkers. One of them is almost one shot all the way at the end. The other one about at a third health, but only 2 of those far 2 left lanes for Nebraska still up. So wouldn't be surprised if we start to see them kind of locking in on those last 2 and trying to pick each walker up one at a time.
Yeah, for sure. And as we're talking about all these different ways to get an advantage, another soul orange does pop up, and Hayes is in the lane for it. Lady Geist is in the area, but not really near it. Hayes kind of probing the area, maybe rotating toward this Ivy, if I had to guess. But Nebraska kind of forced to back up.
The spirit urn is waiting to
And I'm surprised we haven't seen, I mean, Texas Tech have both heroes that you want for the Soul Urn fights, right? Ivy able to fly, Kelvin able to provide that ice path, and then even if Ivy doesn't have his ult to fly you, he can tether and give you that, you know, boosted speed. And that's one thing I love about the support of Ivy, is boost that speed and fire rate.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing a little bit of a collapse here into these left 2 lanes. Are we going to see another team fight here?
I think they want these walkers. As we said, they're gonna look to push, grab that one, but forced to really back off here.
Yeah, Nebraska kind of saw this one coming. I think they saw the rotations and maybe said, all right, let's sit down here and let's not let this happen.
Shiv in a 1v3 over there. Okay, no, Kelvin is there to help him out. We still got a 2v2 on this walker right here.
Seeing a bit of an exchange.
Oh, he got knocked out of it. Oh, the wall knocked him out, and Shiv finally goes down. Is it? Oh, is Kelvin down as well? Kelvin is down. That's a big win right there in that far lane.
That is huge. That is really huge. Infernus is pushed up on the base door. Maybe just trying to take some attention away.
Yeah.
But we do see Viscus, and I believe that's Great Talent. Yeah, they're pushing right up. They want to take the advantage, and 7 gonna return to a walker and just run at it. Just take as much health away as possible. You know, at this point in the game, Shreds, and especially where you have an advantage attacking a walker solo, that's the play.
Yep, especially he pops that power surge, and I mean, he's so strong right now, sitting at 5,200 souls as well. Going to go back and buy, but We see 3 down right now for Texas Tech. Shiv and Kelvin finally going to come back, but
Life can
Lady
only
Guys
be
looking to
bought
push
with
that
life.
earn.
Yeah, maybe taking a second to peruse the shop a little, take a gander, see if anything's in stock, and right back on the route. You're right back on your way to the drop zone, and Texas
They're
Tech is
crowding it,
just
though.
rolling out. Yeah, they're just rolling up to it. Nebraska is not really present on the drop zone just yet. They're gonna have to fight for this a little bit, and a singularity does come in, which is huge. A bebop as well, a bebop bomb into the singularity is huge. And Inverness is out for about a minute now on this side. And 7 does pop an ult, but cancels pretty quickly.
And that soul earn is delivered. That's going to give Nebraska the first healthy soul lead for them. And they're up there. 6-2, chasing the 7 down. He is going to lose his life, but using that ult was a massive reason they were able to get that earn off. So, I mean, that was a sacrifice that was needed. And they dropped the Kelvin again. He's really struggling to stay alive.
Yeah, and as this gets further, these deaths are going to hurt more and more. And as far as Texas Tech is going, these are happening at the wrong time. These are happening after an objective has been completed, and you're chasing for kills to trade out for things that have already happened.
Yep. Yeah, you got to get there just a bit earlier. That way, even if even if that death comes through, if you can stop that earn push, or even better, find the steal and then die, at least it was for something. You're exactly right. Everything's going to be a trade-off, and they're not really trading for anything right now. They're losing the earn and die.
Yeah, it's just not ideal from the side of Texas Tech. And now Nebraska, they may be down to 1 walker, but they have really given themselves a feeling of an advantage, even if they are lacking the walker kills that they sorely need.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we see they're going to be able to pick off those middle walkers once if they're able to get some damage onto them. It's going to be very quick. The only one with a lot of health is that one on the far side, and would not be surprised at all if we see them kind of really make that a priority to guard.
Yeah, and we do see McGinnis is pushing up on this walker, and Great Talent and Viscous, actually, Lady Guys, are all going to roll up to McGinnis. They do not want this walker to fall, and they're going to get McGinnis in a trap, pulled off the rail.
Great wall, though. Great wall into a turret right there. I mean, that's the great thing about McGinnis. Has that DPS, but such a support character, and is able to just wall off the entire opposition just like that, and that's going to save a life.
Yeah, and right now, Nebraska able to really push off of that. But again, props to McGinnis for huge wall placement all the time. Just consistent walls in great spots, great timings. It's impressive.
Let's stick together.
I have to agree, and I think that if that pick would have came through right there, we wouldn't be looking at only a 9K advantage right now for Nebraska. They're slowly chipping away at that soul advantage, really looking to catch back up while 2 are down for Nebraska.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna see a lot more happen. Who has the earn right now? Where is the earn? Oh, Shiv.
I can take care
Shiv
of
has it.
myself.
Texas Tech.
Their first time. Is that their first time? Yeah, I think it's their first grab. We see Viscous already sitting over there. What is that with 7? Just waiting. And maybe Bebop gonna go jump on top of them while they're trying to bring it. But he's got to be careful
I'm not
because
sure I like this extension from Bebop.
I know me neither, because there's 2 right there as he does. Okay, he's in and out. He's in and out. Yeah. He just gave him a quick little low tap, gets in and out with his team. But if I go to grab it, get this.
Now, yeah, because now it's what is this, a 4v4 on this side?
It is.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's a 4v3 because one of them's holding the urn. Shiv's gonna have to drop that urn and fight.
Yeah, that's going to be what has to happen, because I mean, we know what the Dynamo is waiting for right now. we know what the Dynamos are ready for.
Or we see an Ice Dome, because we do know what
Or we see
Dynamo's
an
waiting
Ice
for
Dome.
that singularity, but we could see Kelvin and Shiv push that simultaneously, and he throws
is
up that
true.
Ice Dome, gives them a free earn, but it's going to hit the fan right after that, because they're going to be, you know what I mean, Kelvin's going to be a sitting duck with no Ice Dome.
Yeah, this is... And now we're seeing this is... Oh, the steal!
The steal.
That was not what I expected at all!
Oh, massive big brain play right
And
there,
the
and now we
singularity.
see it. He did
And
come
the
out with the frozen shelter, but again, we see it again as Seven's gonna hold here. But again, they're not trading when they need to trade.
Yeah, this is... I mean, Nebraska won that fight.
They did, yeah.
With the steal, they won that fight. And you forced Texas Tech to kind of play back, and now they have 2 down. Nebraska has 2 down. Things are even in terms of numbers of players, but and did they just get one of the wall
last
bosses?
walker?
Yeah, they got the walker, and they've pushed up on that side a little bit.
Yeah, all the way in. Visca's gonna have to push that back. And yeah, going back to that last earn, I would have loved to see Kelvin throw down his ice path, tell Shiv, hey, let's go straight there. As soon as we get there, I'm throwing my dome up, I'm popping my Arctic beam to protect you. We're gonna take this earn. And instead, they just were just a little too passive, and a big brain play there from Dynamo to steal that. But still not a massive difference. Only 13K here in Seoul. So I mean, both teams have to be careful. This certainly could still go either way. I mean, we're over 30 minutes into this as well.
Yeah, this is starting to be one of those longer games where it just drags on, and just teams keep finding ways to keep in it and keep it close. Because even if this is 11K difference in souls, it's still just such a such a slugfest back and forth.
It really is. And when Kelvin and Shiv are your teammates that are behind, you can kind of, you know, salvage that a little bit, because Kelvin's still going to have his ice path with his Arctic beam. He's still going to have his shelter, and then of course we know Shiv's going to do Shiv things. So even with that 11K, that's not a big difference with this team competition.
Absolutely, and considering the one leading in souls for Texas Tech is that Hayes, and we know what Hayes can do.
Yeah,
Hayes has 44K, matching Lady Geist, who has come back to that lead in soul count. Hayes off the map for over a minute. That hurts.
That does, especially as you just said. You know, she's the soul leader, and Great Talon has been sniping with that the whole time. But I've yet to see a Great Talon kill with the ult yet. We know that'd be massive. They could find the last shot with that. They get permanent spirit power from that.
You tried.
Yeah, man, if only we could witness it happen, because it keeps on doing about a quarter damage, you know, every time it's close. I mean, I'm running. As soon as I hear that thing pop, I'm running.
Yeah, hiding. Whatever you can. Oh, as Ivy gonna get caught. Does use Stone Form nicely, but gonna get shredded here. I believe, I'm not sure if it was Viscous.
7 ult too.
Down. Oh, we see 4 down. It's just
no.
right now. 7 ult.
We're just gonna get out of here?
Enough. I don't think so. No possible way. Nah, he's gone. And Shiv all by his lonesome right now. I mean, I like that he's pushing this lane so far, but
yeah, and this is an overextension. I do think this is where Nebraska might say, let's take mid boss.
yeah.
5 down, 4 down, right? 4 down, and take mid boss. But we're not doing that. No. The observer is saying no.
I'm telling you, they're so scared of getting stolen. They know that feeling of killing the mid boss just for the other team to come snatch it. And I think it started with that Hayes going down. You know, you called it out. Hayes got picked out, down for over a minute, the sole leader. And instead of going mid, they're just looking to rack up this soul advantage. Again, it's Shromo just pushing it. And it looks like they probably are going to get this one for free.
They probably will, unless somehow this ship can get here really fast, because it's gone. It's already gone, and the advantage is very much
32K, 33K. So now we're starting to see Nebraska getting into a really good position.
Yeah, I think the main concern I would have on the side of Nebraska is Bebop does tend to get melted right about now. So Bebop needs to really play life if we're going to see anything happen, because 5v6, no matter your advantage, hurts. That also hurts. Seven goes down with 47k souls to their name.
Wow.
And
Is he in the lead now? We see both of them with that. Oh, again, no kill with that. But Hayes down again, 47k. Seven down with 47k. What's the guy stat? Guy stat 50k. Shomo has been just farming so well, but that singularity gonna snatch Infernus up here. Oh, and he's gonna get double team. Tries to use that flame dash. No chance. He's not getting out. And again, we see Kelvin get there just a bit late. He does trap one in there with them. Try to use that RGB, but as you said, Bebop.
Whoa. Yeah, that hooks it. Yep. That's over. And to note just how much can happen in such little time, we're still 20 seconds from 7 even returning to the game. And we just saw two major components of the team comp before Texas Tech go down. They have 50 and 38 seconds left until they're back in the fight. This Walker will go down unless...
I think you just got to be careful here. I mean, I know they're going to protect this last Walker, but that's not going to happen. And as soon as it's down, they don't have it. You know, right now it's their teammate. It's slamming, it's throwing fireballs, it's shooting out. But as long as they're tethered, that's going to give McGinnis a super high rate of fire, and they're both going to get some speed. But Nebraska not even going to push it. They're just going to take that Walker back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play. You want to get the flex slot, and you want to back off. You want to give yourself a little bit more of an advantage, give yourself the even playing ground, because they were playing down a flex slot that whole time.
Yeah, and I mean, doing it well. And we see here 40k soul advantage in a game that we were talking about was so even the entire time. We see Infernus using that flame dash, and I love that they changed it where now it's on charges and he has multiple. Obviously, he's gonna mix one in with that combustion, you know, his ult, but just having that to move around as Infernus is massive because he's definitely a little bit behind on mobility.
Absolutely. And now we see a lot of Texas Tech is moving as a 4-stack. Maybe a little bit more split up now that I start talking about it, but they are moving very together.
But Ivy has two tethered with him at the same time, is what we're seeing. So he's able to put that tether on two of them, gives him increased fire rate and increased speed.
Okay, I see. So we're seeing a lot of Nebraska middle, kind of just waiting to see what Texas Tech does. I'm not too sure what I want to think about it. I know they're farming, right? I know they're getting more souls for what they want going into this. This next big team fight might be a really big determining factor of if this continues. You know, if we keep going back and forth, because up until that flex slot was gotten by Nebraska, this was even because of one thing or another. You know, Texas Tech had an advantage one place and Nebraska didn't. Nebraska had, you know, vice versa. And once again, Nebraska picks up and is playing keep away with a soul learn.
Yep, they know that up 34k, that's massive for Texas Tech if they were able to get it. So they're just going to play keep away, as you said. And not only that, starting to make their way across there. Of course, with that soul advantage, it is going to be a little deep in enemy territory. But, I mean, that's all of them together. They're ready to push this. Everybody on the map has their ult right now. This is about to be chaos right now.
Yeah, and they gave Solar to the one player that maybe could be able to keep on holding it, or they drop it actually, and they're gonna just
that's what I was expecting.
Evan might get caught lacking here though in ult. Singularity does come out though. Big 2. 7 is traded out, and Dynamo does fall as well. But
there goes
so
Ace.
Bebop's
very low. I mean, they're trading. This has been so back and forth. No way Shiv survives, right? There's no health at all on his bar.
It's one.
Wow. I mean, and now he's starting to heal, but he's gone. Infernus trying to run for his life. He's going to go down as well. I don't think he makes it. He doesn't. 5 are down. Ivy on that mobility. Gotta get away
Six
for a
down.
moment. Everybody's
Six
down. All
down.
right. What do we see? Do we see them push lanes all the way into their base right here? Or do they finally go after that mid boss? I mean, a lot of their DPS is down right now, so I don't know.
I think this is where you deposit the soul urn,
And push
and
lanes.
I guess you push lanes.
And as
I
soon as
would-
somebody
yeah.
spawns, they got to get that one lane. That one lane's almost into their base right now, but everybody down. I mean, 45 seconds, 13, 13, 34, 39, 8. They have so much time to rain right here.
Yeah, and they can just really build up even more of a lead. They're just going to push right in and start chipping away at this.
Yeah, and get their extra flex slot.
Absolutely. This is what you want to see going into, an advantage like that where nobody on the other team is there to stop
Now
you.
mid.
Steal one.
Now mid,
the
because
end
they're
of
gonna
mid.
have to push those lanes back. I like I said, they have straight PTSD from
They have
from
to.
the mid boss getting stolen. They
Obser-
say, you know what, we'll get 10 urns, but no mid bosses.
I'm curious if our observer thinks that they're actually going to go for mid boss here. I'm quite
He
curious.
faked them out.
I feel like there's a no coming in response. Yes.
He's shaking his head.
Yeah, there's a
11K
shake
to
no.
buy here. That's gonna be a big boost here for this great town. Gonna be dangerous. 50K, 64K right now for guys.
Man. Yeah, and this advantage has widened so far. We are nearing the 60K soul gap once again. This is where Nebraska thrives. You can really tell they love getting the soul advantage. That is that is
Yeah.
what they love to do. If they're down, it really hurts them. I mean, as with anybody, but they really know how to play well when they're up. And it's scary to be against them, but Texas Tech, they can really throw a punch when they're down. It's like they both want to be where they're at almost. But Texas Tech is the one on mid boss a little bit. They're airing it, at least around that mid building.
Maybe just controlling it right now, waiting for the fight, trying to kind of organically let it happen. I mean, they're definitely pushing these lanes back out of their base, which was #1 priority right there. But I'm surprised. I mean, I could be wrong, and I think they've already proved me wrong a bit. But Nebraska definitely seems to be passive. Like you said, their entire game plan is around staying up in souls. And there's a lot of times I feel they could push these fights and they don't. But I mean, they took a big dub last game. They're up big time here. What do I know, right? But I feel like it's time to start, taking the fight to them.
Absolutely. And where I come from a game where there's a lot more high octane combat going on.
Yeah, just kill.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more used to seeing, 4 down or 3 down and going, oh my God, this is when we push. This is when we do everything. And maybe not the case. Maybe they want to play a little bit more passive. They want to play a little bit more safe. I understand that. But at some point, that mid boss has to be thought of, has to be communicated and go, hey, let's do this, or let's use this as a distraction, get it to half health, and then
exactly
just do something else.
pull the team fight when we're up 60K, 50K in souls, pull them out, force them to come fight us, get a kill or two, and let's push base and begin to finish this, because there is obviously a point where even if you're up 50K, 60K souls, the other team is very, very strong. They don't want to allow them to get full builds while they have this massive soul lead, right? They want to finish it before Texas Tech are able to still, get a full build.
Yeah, because now where Nebraska does have that flex slot advantage, they have their full build available. It's something that you want to take advantage of while you have that, and now mid boss is being pushed. Texas Tech, are they close enough to steal? I think they are close enough to steal this.
I mean,
They
definitely.
really want to.
Oh, the combustion's gonna come through.
They do it.
They did steal it.
Oh,
no.
no.
Nebraska's gonna have to get a couple kills here. He's got a big singularity right there. Viscus trying to do something about it. 3 down from both sides. This next kill or two could be the difference maker, but that rejuvenator is going to be huge if they have half the time of coming back. That's massive still right there.
Yeah, that's. I'm at a loss for words.
I know, because they didn't go for mid boss when they had 3 down, 4 down. They didn't go for it when they had 6 down. They go for it when they're all up. Yeah, that's confusing to me.
It's confusing, but at the same, I understand it. I get it. But at the same time, it keeps getting stolen.
Yep.
It keeps happening.
I would
And
like to see them use that one purely for bait right there, because now Texas
Yes.
Tech is going to be in a great spot. They're all back up, and we still have half a minute left for seven Dynamo and Bebop.
Yeah, and I mean, they're already pressing this advantage. This is what we were just talking about. We want to see these advantages being pressed. We want to see them push up on things. And they're doing just that. They had even number of lives, right? They had an even number of alive players, and they pressed that advantage. And now we're seeing a Shrine come into play. I think the Shrine might go down here before they can do anything about it. And now we're back to pretty much even in everything but soul count.
But again, once we start to get this high, there's not a massive difference. I mean, I know 40K sounds like a lot, but they're almost full build at this point regardless. At a certain point, you can't spend any more souls, you know? So again, that's why I would like to see Nebraska. The next time they have an advantage, if they do right now, push all these lanes all the way back.
Yeah, and we see the Shiv go down as well. They still had that Rejuvenator. Two Texas Tech players still alive with that Rejuvenator. That'll be a big factor going into how Nebraska plays going forward. But the other two, they're still, you know, halfway through their respawn process. And Nebraska, once again, sitting on mid, sitting around mid. I guess I don't understand, you know, what we're sitting around mid for here, except for maybe this soul urn. But we're catching Hayes out on an overextension maybe. And Hayes is forced to back up.
Yeah,
but
Hayes is gone there, and I don't think we see. I mean, we might see a solar and grab here, but again, I think all priority is pushing these lanes as far as possible, right back into that base. But we see Shiv and Hayes starting to push out here. I mean, kind of scattered. Again, I feel like Nebraska, they gotta go for it. They're really tiptoeing around ending this game, and you have to be careful with that, because again, there's a certain point where that soul difference does not matter. They have full builds.
And the wall comes through, and there is a pinch in here for the Bebop. The Bebop will get caught out here.
They're gonna grab the urn.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to. For not even need to. They really would like to.
It's gonna be on their side too. Yeah, because they're you know, such a difference in souls right here. We'll see if they're able to deposit this, get back, and there's Ivy gonna snatch it. You see, it's not super fast or anything. It's the fact that you can just fly over everything that still makes it such a great strategy to use Ivy to fly.
Yeah, this is where what we were talking about. Taking the advantage while you have it and using it is so important.
Yep.
And I feel like Nebraska probably got a little in their own heads about some things. I wouldn't even say necessarily about the Rejuvenator, but just started thinking about, well, I want this for this situation, or I want, you know, I got to change this out. Instead of just saying, you know, let's press this while we have it, you know, instead of going back and buying or going back and slowing down the play when you obviously wanted it to be fast 20 seconds ago.
I couldn't agree more. And I mean, it's again not to kick them while they're down, but they just have to finish, have to commit. It's like they almost were waiting for Texas Tech to make the mistake to allow them to finish. And Texas Tech said, "Yo, we're not. We're doing everything right here. You are gonna have to push into our base."
Now this is going to be a huge moment right here. If this does turn into a committed team fight, it does look like Texas Tech is backing, though. They do not want to take this committed fight.
Which I certainly don't blame them, but I mean, 50 minutes in here. We got definitely the longest matchup that we've seen today.
Yeah.
And I mean, we still could have 10, 15 minutes easily left here. As we got one shrine down on the side of Texas Tech. Oh, the big cool ball. Gonna use that double jump to get up in there. Oh, McGinnis gets caught out big right there. 75 seconds. They need to use it here.
Dynamo caught out.
Another pick. Oh no, Dynamo will go down. Kelvin gonna use that big ice dome. Oh my, we got a big hole right there, but two go down for Nebraska.
This gets out of the play now, and now Lady Geist out. This is not what you want to see. And now a lot of this advantage. The comeback is insane on this. Texas Tech coming back from the trenches and able to really put up numbers. Infernus is going to live from, as I see it, was so low, and now 7 with a huge ult that kind of keeps him in it. It's a 2v3 now. Shiv is also going to fall, so now we're down to a 2v2. 7, probably one of the more important players late game right now. As this 2v2, Nebraska needs to either play up or they need to figure out what they want to do with this, whether it's grab a soul urn, they need to do something with this while they have a lot more space on the map. The other two are backing. Take something, do something.
And they have way more souls. I mean, 131k between 7 and Great Talon, only just over 100 for Ivy and Kelvin, so they definitely have the advantage in this 2v2.
Yes, and now that we're seeing some players start to come back from those earlier picks, Viscus is back into play. We're seeing a 4v3 for a little bit, and you know, now we're seeing a little bit more of an advantage, and there's going to be no contest on this soul urn, which is good. This is what you want if you're Nebraska, is kind of, you know, take a minute, reset, breathe for a second. But if you're Texas Tech, you want to get your respawn and you want to press this so hard.
Yes, have to fully agree. And my question is, I mean, do they even have anything left to buy at this point? 73k, 64k, 81k. I mean, I guess you can always keep stacking up those 6200s, but this is one of the biggest games of souls I've ever seen, and nearing 800k souls.
My God, this is really one of the most drawn out games I think I've seen. This could crest an hour very easily.
Oh, absolutely,
an hour.
Absolutely. Unless we see something big. I mean, both lanes slightly in Texas Tech. Not really. I mean, they got those 2 lanes that are pushed up, but the other 2 are right about midway. So lane advantage slightly going to Texas Tech, but we got 3 on 1 here. Okay, now Bebop is gonna back off, wait for his team. We're about to see a big team fight here. And again, if I'm Nebraska, I wanna press something that they've not done well all game long. They need to press the point here. They need to push. They need to kind of force these fights.
Oh, 7's gonna get caught here. 7's gonna get caught in this. This is not a good early engagement.
It is certainly not. He gets cubed. Oh, this gets big cube right there. What a play.
And the problem with this now is Bebop is entirely out of the play and has to push back to any sort of presence, but it doesn't matter. Dynamo goes down, but Infernus and Ivy are both down at the same time. And Hayes is nearing death's door as well. And eventually falls.
There she goes.
Shiv.
Oh, this could be game. Nebraska might have finally found their moment. As Shiv's gonna go down 2, all 6 are down.
This is when you say run. This is when you say go.
This is GG's, right? I mean, they already have 1 shrine, or maybe both. They have both shrines down. There might still be that one on the right. No, okay, 1 more shrine, but at this point, they're so strong. That's shredded. That's GG's. They're not gonna be able to come back from that. And again, I feel bad because I was talking about Nebraska, you know, waiting. When are they gonna go? Hey, it worked out for him. So what do I know?
My thing with this is you are still right. This could have been done 10 minutes ago. This could have been done
20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago. And 200k souls ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll take it, right? This is a great game. It had a lot of contention. Texas Tech was right back in it. And as we're talking about this,
yeah, they all come back
might
with their
push
ults.
back out.
Yeah, they are gonna push out, and I'm gonna use that bomb dart straight to stone form. Surprised we didn't see. Okay, we didn't see the kudzu bomb come through.
Kelvin does fall right away, though. That is the difficulty, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so behind. They're outpowered right now. You know, that's why I don't think I'd be running if I was Nebraska. Yeah, keep to a safe place with your team as Hayes gonna look for the ult. Don't find the kill. Looking to chase them down.
Dynamo does fall.
3 down on Nebraska. 4 down on Nebraska. Oh, no. I mean, I think they should have stayed at base on the patient right there and fought right there instead of getting picked out, running away. I mean, if we see Texas Tech run into their base and win right here, I might retire from playing and casting. I'm done. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, no. Yeah. They didn't know that they still had a try.
Yeah, they were trying to take down that. Maybe that could have also make the difference just that moment. I mean, we see Viscus still up. He has his blue ball, might be able to bounce around, stun some people, but I don't know. Again, this patron taking its time to transform, and that's what caught Nebraska out last. As Viscus is going to use that glue ball, just going to look to stun. He has to exactly try to stun everybody that he can. And all of a sudden, they're looking to shred. That's game. Oh, no, he stuns. He's got to stun again. 7 with the ult.
7 with the ult.
Oh, my. This is going to come down. Texas Tech takes the... Wait, what?
Wait.
Oh, he's got health. Somebody's got to sneak in there.
It's alive?
This has to be Hayes.
Get backed up.
Hayes smoke bomb, go in there and deliver the last shot. They're going to back off and go for Minto. I mean,
is it really
1% health?
Is it really over? Is it ever really over?
I've said GG's 37 times there in this game, so I don't think it ever is. Nah, this is the game. This game's gonna just last forever.
Yes. I'm glad production agrees. This is our great production is right there with us. This will be about an hour.
Yep. Already is. My goodness. And now, I mean, they're out here farming as if they need souls. You don't need any more souls, but they are down, so I get it. They're just kind of wasting time allowing for their teammates to come back up and have a proper 6v6. But both patrons in their final form. The only thing is Nebraska, you know, they only have about half health right now, but it is healing pretty quick.
Yeah, Texas Tech is going to want to push this really soon because otherwise, you know, once they're down, Nebraska can really press up on that. And oh man, this is
chaos. All 6 players for Nebraska with their ult handy right now. Which of course McGinnis, Kelvin, and Hayes do have their ult, but
they're pressing in. They're just going forward.
They are.
They're just pressing in. They're rushing it, and they're gonna get it.
I mean, I don't want to say it too fast because the last time I was wrong, but they push in and take the dub. Wow, what a crazy game. What a crazy turn of events.
Oh my goodness. That could have been so different. How
they said one more urn in chat. Oh,
one more urn.
That would have been the difference maker.
One more urn will fix everything. It's the advantages that they had and they just didn't press.
Yeah,
it's what it's got to be.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, you can have a passive play style. That's fine, but at a certain point, you have to finish the job, and I think that's the easier said than done from the casting booth, obviously. But I mean, when they had that 50k souls up about halfway through that game, that's when they should have really started to make it a point to press into base.
Yeah, and they had full advantage. They had full everything, and they could have committed all the same. They could have committed to everything just as much, and they opted not to. They backed out, and they got picked off, and then the tides turned at the last possible moment.
When they got caught, kind of whenever they transformed their patron, they took it out of its first phase. They got caught trying to run out, and they all kind of scattered and were vulnerable to picks in that moment. That's why I said I would have rather seen them just group up in the pit, make it a team fight. Why not? Right then was the time to go all in. And if you are forced to back off, don't just completely scurry away with your tail tucked. Fight as a team.
As you gotta fight as a team when you're going into those sorts of situations, because if you're just gonna run out at the last possible moment when you easily could get picks that are sending people 80 seconds. And with that, I guess I need a moment. I need to get water.
Quick break before our last matchup.
Before we get our 5th and final matchup of the day. This is the Purdue stream. Thank you to Purdue and everyone, production at Purdue, on the back end watching this. So we'll see you guys on the other end of a break. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are right into our next drafting session. Drexel immediately taking, I believe that's Mirage. Is that what it's called off the board? Mirage? Yes. The names are right on
yep.
there.
I hate it. I feel like an old man. I'm gonna have to start wearing my reading glasses because not only for the band, but for to see on the mini map, I'm always squinting, looking as hard as I can. So I'm gonna have to start wearing my glasses to see.
Yeah, I mean, we already have our Mirage and Lady Geist off the board. Texas Tech opting to ban the Lady Geist. I think maybe last match was a little bit of a pain point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I guess there is, intel, across all these teams. We've had plenty of matches, plenty of scrimmages by now. I'm sure this is an informed pick, especially because Texas Tech, every single time they do really smart drafts. So they're a good drafting team.
Yep, and it seems like that's a massive strategy. Believe it or not, this is actually the first MOBA that I've ever played or casted. I'm assuming it's like this with all, but that's a massive part of the strategy is, okay, who are we playing? Who do they like to use? How do they like to use them? And how can that be a thorn in our side?
Yeah, and right now, yeah, the Vindicta and Warden are both really big picks in terms of damage, and Infernus as well, going the way of Texas Tech. That's a really good pick.
Yeah, very smart. And I'm curious to see here what the second pick will be on the side of Drexel. I mean, we know that there's going to be a few characters that are maybes, a few that we're definitely going to see in there, but you never know when you get that curveball.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not seen Drexel play yet, so this is my first time seeing Drexel's drafting, especially.
And me too.
And they immediately pick Mo and Krill and Bebop. That is the fastest drafting picks I think I have seen back to back.
Hey, well, what was I just saying? I said we know some characters that we're almost certainly gonna see, and I feel like that Mo and Krill and Bebop certainly fit that. And I like that combination as well. On the other side, we got Infernus and Dynamo as second pick. Oh, we're gonna see Ivy. I like that. I mean, a little more support, but I doubt we see any more support characters on the side of Drexel. They probably go DPS, but the same. I've never seen them pick before, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, very intrigued to see the response here because Texas Tech could really pick support or DPS at this point in the draft. It's one way or the other for them. They can pick kind of whatever they please because anything they pick, if they want to go for a response to Ivy, if they want to do McGinnis.
So they do go support.
Yeah, they
like
do go
that.
support. They're hovering. They pick it. But Drexel, they need some damage on this because Mo and Krill has the combo and Warden has a good amount of damage and is a great tank too, but it's a little thin outside of that.
Yeah. And they need somebody when Mo and Krill snatches them up or Bebop snatches them up with the hook, either of them, they need to be able to put out that DPS. And of course, they do have that Warden and you can again get pretty high DPS with Ivy, but it doesn't come until very late game and you have to farm properly.
Yeah, and when we're talking about what we would pick, I guess I'll throw it to you. What do you think you would like to see, for these last two picks for Drexel? What would you Yamato
So
is covered.
I like Yamato, but again, I think they want to go pretty much all DPS. You can go Haze right here. I've been liking the 7 pick as well, but I think Haze or Yamato would be the top 2, and we see them lock that Yamato in. I like that.
Yeah, the Yamato is definitely a big pick to help out some woes in the DPS department. And I guess Texas Tech, like I was saying before, they could really kind of do whatever with this right now.
Because and I wonder if we see them try to find some type of counter. We know Yamato is pretty much an all ult build, and then of course they still got that Warden to watch out for. And I don't know. Who do you think the top couple of counters for Warden would be?
Oh man, I've not been able
If
to play.
anybody,
Yeah,
right?
if anybody, I feel
Yeah.
like once it gets going, it's really oppressive and it's hard to
Yep.
really counter.
Yep.
And the lash does come out as well, so we do see kind of that what you were saying. You pick the damage, and you get that pick back up. This last pick, I would hope is a response to maybe some of the Yamato and lash, but I could see it honestly being any of these and turning out to be a decent pick for Texas Tech. They know what they want out of this, and they pick a paradox.
Ooh,
It
I
looks
was I
like.
was I was expecting to maybe see. I mean, they already do have McGinnis and Dynamo as that
Mhm.
support, but especially with that lash, I mean, I don't know if I'm crazy to say, even a Kelvin would look nice right there, but something to stop that slam. But lucky for them, they at least don't have the lash Dynamo
Combo.
combo, yes, of that death slam straight into the singularity. But this is going to be interesting. I think early game is really going to make the difference. Texas Tech, they're going to need to jump in front as far as souls, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is gonna be where maybe we see a little bit more of Texas Tech maybe getting a significant early advantage. We've been
Right.
we've been seeing Nebraska for 3 matches in a row, and every single one of those is always close through the early game. So it's gonna be hopefully exciting. I hope we see something, early game, maybe even if it flips mid game or something. I want to see a little bit more disparity early. I want to see maybe a change there, some aggression, some huge pushes and huge everything. I want to see more high octane play maybe and more aggression off of advantages early on.
I agree, and it doesn't have to be, forced, but the
No, yeah.
disparity in the souls early, like you just said, certainly creates those organic moments where it's like, we have to do something here. Instead of like last game, we saw both sides really passive, really tentative. They say, "Hey, we're equal in souls, we're good right now," and nobody really was forced to kind of push the point. And because of that, we saw an hour-long game that went from Nebraska, almost winning in the final moments to just the craziest comeback, the craziest game I've ever seen.
Yeah, with the craziest comeback, but the craziest almost comeback to the comeback as well,
Yeah, yeah, I know.
where
It had one
oh,
health left. I couldn't move. I was
I
waiting for Hayes to throw smoke bomb, go in there and finish it
yes,
off. But yeah, they just
something.
went all in. They did what
Yeah,
Nebraska needed to do the whole time and said, "All right, this is it. We're going for it with confidence," and that's what got it done.
yeah, and Nebraska in that had so many opportunities. I just want to see more of that being had. I want
Yeah.
to see more of the advantages being pressed. I want to see more of all of what we saw missed last time getting hit in improvements.
Yeah, I would like that as well. And as I'm watching, we saw a lot of swaps last time, so I think a lot of teams like to use this where they're setting up lanes and all that. Scratch that. That's almost certainly not what's going to happen, and it's awesome. We see a in real time chess match almost. Was like, all right, who's swapping where, who's going where? Okay, now we have to respond and swap.
Yeah, and I, like you called it before, those swaps they happen instantaneously.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be watching for swaps. I know they're gonna be watching for swaps, A- and I mean we're waiting on a couple people to decide where they maybe want to go. Right? They
Right. Air quotation where they want to
yeah,
go.
yeah. I like that. I like that level to the game as well, where you can kind
Yep.
of swap off and play a little bit of a high IQ play, and swap some people out. And we're waiting on a couple hero picks. It looks like, or champion
And
picks.
and we
Yeah.
see the Lash Ivy already locked in again, air quotation. I like Moen Krill out there against Hayes. He could be a lot of trouble for him in that solo lane if they stay. But Lash sticking with Ivy. Ivy upgrades that tether to 2 early, gives Lash that speed movement, that movement bonus and that fire rate bonus. That could be a deadly duo early in this laning phase.
Yeah, I also like the Infernus and Paradox on the same lane. It's not a bad counter to it, and
Yeah.
it's not a bad look on that entire thing. I don't think that even needs any swapping. That's a good 50-50 balance. I don't think either has really an advantage. They both have opportunities for that lane, I think. And I think a lot of a lot of what's going to be maybe swapping out is maybe seeing, I'm curious. Ooh, we're seeing a little bit of a switch on maybe Ivy
The
getting
Ivy Lash. So I
shifted
would
around.
be surprised if we don't see the Warden and Mo and Krill. I think they stay solo lanes. Same thing kind of with the Vindicta and Hayes. I could see staying as well, unless that Mo and Krill stays. That might be a little bit of an issue early.
Yeah, I could see that being a little bit of an issue and maybe having some swapping. And we're seeing the Vindicta getting moved around. Are we seeing swapping in pregame?
In real
Are we
time.
real time swapping before we even get in the game? This is we're really getting ready for. I feel like we're gonna see some crazy swaps.
I think so too.
off
I
rip.
think we're gonna see some quick swaps, but I think it's gonna come if it does, probably from the blue side. Because again, I think if anything, the Amber Hand, they're going to, which I believe is Drexel, if I'm correct, they're gonna keep those solo lanes if they can. They would like to have that Mo and Krill and Warden farming as early as possible.
Yeah, I would have to. I'd have to agree there. You gotta get the early game. You gotta get the early game there.
Yeah.
There's not much more I can even really say about a lot of these comps. I'm ready to get into this. I want to see
Yeah, me
them.
too.
I want to see them swap. I want to see where people end up. I'm ready for this, and I think we're really just waiting on what they want to do going into this. It's like we're playing 5D chess. We're not even playing the game, and they're playing the game.
And here it looks like he's back in.
Yeah.
Not locked in, but didn't make any changes. Still that Ivy Lash, still that Paradox and Furnace, still have the solo laners in their solo lanes. Me personally, I'm and obviously these players are a lot better than me, but I hate being in those solo lanes, especially against a Mo and Krill or a Warden.
Yeah, the Mo and Krill, Warden especially, is just so hard to play against in a solo lane, and the Vindicta is gonna have a heck of a time early on.
Yeah,
Hayes as well. That's really, I mean, the mobility there helps you a lot, but man, it's gonna be a really interesting matchup if they don't swap.
Yeah, I agree, because it's kind of a nightmare to go up against that Warden or up against that Mo and Krill early in those solo lanes. But again, if you have a good Hayes, good Vindicta, they can also, counter a little bit and give them trouble as well.
Yeah, and we're finally getting into this one after the grueler that was the last game. Do you think we have another hour game? Do you think we have an hour game? 60 minutes?
I don't know if I have it in me. You're going to be carrying hard because
oh man,
this is what 3 in a row for us, 4 in a row for me, 3 in a row for us. An hour-long game. They're keeping us on our toes, getting this one started. But nah, I'm excited for it. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to see this one too. This is we have not seen Drexel on B Stream yet. We have seen Texas Tech a couple times, so I'm a little bit more familiar with how Texas Tech wants to play in this. And
same.
Yeah, I think honestly, Drexel has. I think they both have a really good shot with the comps that they drew up, and depending on where we start and everything, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the laning phase needs to go to the side of Texas Tech. I think Drexel can get very, very scary with that Mo and Krill and that Warden, not even to mention Yamato and Lash, and they get scary in the late game.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a really. I'm reading some of the chats that they're doing here. I'm not going to read them out loud, but there's some funny stuff being said. So the vibes are good as we wait for some of these players to connect. And overall, I just want to say this is a great tournament. I think this is a really fun tournament. One of the 4 fun tournaments, no entry, no prize, just playing the vibe and kind of get a sense of where everyone's at.
Yeah, and I think, especially this phase of the game as we get started. Let's see, did we have any swaps that you noticed immediately? Now, looks like Warden and Mo and Krill will stay in those outside lanes. Nothing changed at all here for the side of Drexel.
For Texas Tech, they did put Infernus on the side with Warden in place of Vindicta. That probably would have been a smart move. I probably would have went, please switch me around. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in a solo against Warden, please. So we're going to see a little bit of of the same, you know, poking around, getting our souls, getting ready to go. And I'm interested to see who's, you know, the better at farming in the early game, or who
And we
takes
see our
advantage of it.
Dynamo already, yeah, very
Oh,
hurt.
man.
Forced to back off. He does get his 225. You want that 300 right off rip to start, or even if you can get a steal and go over that. We see McGinnis and Vindicta at 426. But man, I wonder what did so much damage to him right there.
Yeah, I gotta assume that it was just caught out and getting poked at by Lash
Yeah.
and Ivy at the same time. And we're seeing a push up by Vindicta a little bit over here, but nothing really of too much consequence right now. Dynamo still low, just not really playing for too much of a heal. Able to get some health back a little bit though, and not quite able to do a buy either. So kind of have to wait. Now able to finally buy first item and get into this game a little bit more. Flash is going to stay pushed up, making sure that they're kind of stuck on their store.
Oh, Hayes really making it work over there. I was taking a look at it. You know, Mullen Krill was up 782 and Hayes had 300 and something souls. So I was like, man, it's going really bad over there for Hayes, but caught up really quickly. Does only have half-life, healing up a little bit, but got to be careful against that Mullen Krill, especially early game, because he starts with a little bit of power.
Yeah, and this is another thing that's just, you got to bide your time until you can play the advantage. And if Hayes is going to be farming souls, that's, you know, that's the prerogative. You live, you play your life against a Mo and Krill, and you wait until you have that DPS advantage.
Yeah, you have to. And especially also, you know, once you're able to get that ult, we know Hayes' ult goes absolutely crazy, can really get her out of some very sticky situations or be used offensively, but yeah, they're really close. I mean, I like it. 7K to 8K. And again, there's I believe our first death, if I'm not mistaken, and Furnace does fall here for Texas Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech taking the first blood and going to be down about 1,000 souls so far. So early advantage to Drexel, and Hayes has been able to keep alive for the most part. There's not been any real complications in there. There's been a couple close moments. I've been kind of watching it, but Vindicta also dropping below half health. Yamato does go down as we're kind of discussing this, and some of the early things to note is maybe Ivy at already above 2K, and McGinnis on the other side with Vindicta at about 2K, 2.5K. So early leaders are across the board. Warden at 2.8K actually.
He's got that early pick against Infernus. That was big. And now Infernus maybe going to die again. No, uses that flame dash to get out of dodge, but very low on health again. This could be bad. They do not want to allow Warden to feed. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the first kind of rotation that we see is over there to help Infernus.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that's maybe the pain point for the early game is the Infernus. Bebop does fall on the other side though, and that is going to be that's going to be big for Texas Tech. Yamato as well. McGinnis is getting really dangerously low on Texas Tech's side, but looks to be able to get back in. I mean, heal. I guess the lane was open. That was the lane. I was looking at the mini-map there. They were able to keep alive.
Both of them, yeah. And I mean, has the hills, has teammate right there, full, you know, ready to go. So this is gonna be tough. I know we see right now Hayes using that smoke bomb, maybe trying to sneak up on Mullen Krill. He does. Hits him with the dagger, but right out of it, it seems. So he's already got whatever active he needs to get out of that.
Yeah, and now once again, even, you know, I feel like we can't escape it, even early game, and we're seeing across the lanes. It looks like Vindicta and Warden are even. We're seeing Hayes and Mo and Krill are pretty even here in terms of souls, and the only disparity is maybe Ivy and Green, and Vindicta is now up 1,000 souls on Warden. But a lot of these are around the same. McGinnis as well up on souls. So Texas Tech maybe starting to
jump.
Ooh.
comes the gank. We knew the rotation was going to be that way early, and Furnace needs help. Oh no, and that's another 500 there. That's so, I mean, a bit OP. Like we know, Great Talon gets that extra spirit for every kill with the ult. Here from Vindicta adds those souls, so that's how she's able to farm so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be one that you want to limit is Vindicta. You want to limit that as much as possible, and Warden being the one to be picked off is really rough. It's really unfortunate for the side of Drexel, as they did have that early advantage, and now Lash is also going to fall and going to try to get out of this Paradox. Might get the Ivy as well.
That was big brain. That was big brain. He swapped places with them, threw down the wall, and then they also had him trapped right there. He just couldn't get out of the way. And Ivy, especially this early game, very, very squishy. The Bebop gonna snatch him up, though. Hits him with the bomb. 2v1. Big kill right there.
Yes, that is the trade you want to make if you are Drexel. You want to get Vindicta. You want to at least establish some time without Vindicta on the map, maybe being a thorn in your side. And also, give yourself a little bit more souls, right? Because Vindicta's been active. Vindicta's been around the map. Maybe has a bit of souls stocked up. That's a big pick. And once again, 28k all around.
Yep, just like I said, I think it just goes to show the level of competition is very, very even. Both sides know what they're doing as Vindicta. Just gonna hang in this guy. Big time kill right there. And again, add 500 souls for that on top of already at 7k here. 7 minutes in. I mean, she's averaging just about 1,000 souls per minute to get started. That's a great start here.
Yeah, that's huge. And I mean, that was a double kill. That was Bebop and Yamato just eliminated from the field for a bit, and that's 3 souls. That's, I mean, it just keeps on stacking. And Vindicta now in a little bit of pressure, but overall, Texas Tech is killing. And another on Lash. Vindicta's just having a field day, finally taken down after 3 in 1 life, but not before
take
dealing.
that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take that every day. 3 for 1? Yeah.
Absolutely. And especially starting off, rotating over, helping out that Infernus that was really far behind. Now we see slightly far behind. Warden just hit 7k right as Infernus pretty much hit 6k. So able to catch up. But, I mean, still the lead, 36, little 2k soul advantage here for Drexel. That's not much, but we're gonna start seeing a lot of roaming and a lot of ganking get ready to take place.
Yeah, and I mean, we're finally seeing some
Guardians
Guardians
take it down. Yeah, the minions take down the tower.
Oh man, on the outer lane, both of the towers on that lane are now gone. One by their side, and it looks like it is Texas Tech at a tower disadvantage as well, as they lost on the left earlier. And I mean, now we're seeing a little bit more contesting as a group on this left side as well. Vindicta and McGinnis are going to take on this Bebop, maybe. It looks like we're going to see the loss of another tower here. Unless there's something to say about it from the Ivy, who maybe just stalls it out a little.
A good use of the Kutsu. I think what they're doing right now, Lash was a bit behind on Soul, so he's doing the little camp roll, you know, patrol, just going around. But they had to be careful. That Kutsu bomb does save that Guardian for a moment, but I don't think they want to lose, you know, another tower here this early.
Yeah, no, you do not want to. I mean, where Texas Tech is already there, you don't want to lose the tower advantage that you have. And realistically, you're at advantage on souls, even if by a slim margin. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose the tower. You don't want to, you know, lose any advantage that you have from this early game when it is so imperative that you have it.
And here we go. The Urn is on the map right as Texas Tech lose both Paradox and Dynamo out. Let's see if they go for the Urn here, and again, man, another big kill. Oh, Vindicta is just dominating Yamato. We see Stoneform come out of Ivy very, very offensively. Wanted to bail out his teammate here.
Yeah, the Bebop ult coming in as well. Oh, that Warden's going to be really low.
Oh, looking for this sniper
out?
Oh, he gets out. Just slides away, and Vindicta's going to lose our life.
of all the people that die in that,
I know,
team fight,
right?
I did not think it was going to be the Vindicta. And now we're going to see the Bebop fall as well. Oh man, that Warden,
Is under attack.
1 health. Had to be 1, maybe 2. I could argue 2, but it was
Green Guardian.
really low.
Yeah, survived by the skin of his teeth, barely there. And again, I mean, we see that earn on the field, but I think with, you know, as much, excuse me, on the map, I think with how they're trying to keep these Guardians, neither really want to give up that flex slot so early. Maybe see it avoided, but as I say it, somebody right there near it. Hayes looking to fight somebody right there. I mean, they're right on earn, but I think that's just lane and actually trying to get it.
No, I would not imagine that they're.
Oh no, he does. He does.
He does. Oh, Moen Krill gets the earn. I don't think Hayes was around here. Was Hayes even looking at it?
I don't think she expected it either. No, she was just looking to clear lane, and it seemed as though she was keeping an eye on it. That Warden is going to rotate in and play some Moen Krill as she barely flips away out from that Warden grab. That is such a, when that snatches you up, you know some tear is about to come, but I doubt he would have went right into the tower to do it. Nice out the blast there.
Yeah. What a throw. Yeah, and this is, I mean, this is shaping up to be another, you know, bang out match where, I mean, the early game is so 50-50 again, and we're seeing a lot more picks on either side this time around, however, where now, though, this is
3 down.
3 down for Texas Tech, 2 down for Drexel.
Oh, that was so
4
bold.
down.
Why did he throw that
Why?
last punch? He slept or had him stunned, had him slept, whatever it was, and decides to throw one last punch before getting away and loses his life for it. Oh, that was tough. And we see some more snipes coming out. What?
One
This
shot?
man is a magician. How did he not die?
Could not be lower health, and yet gets out alive. Just one missed regular shot and lives. It's miraculous.
Nope.
Until
There he goes.
Red like a big
Snipe.
That's
One tap man, very aptly named. I like that. I mean, he has been problems for the entire. They really need to get a knockdown for when this team fight phase really, you know, starts, because if they just allow her to float with that accuracy that he has, it's gonna be tough.
yeah. And right now, Drexel still holding on to the advantage, at least in towers and souls for a little bit. They're up to 3K now. But I'm not too sure on eliminations on which one is at the advantage. I want to say it's Drexel. They've just been able to eke out more trades, I suppose, in some of these larger fights.
Yeah, and again, still only 4K, but I could of course be wrong, but I think that we needed to see Texas Tech kind of jump ahead here early, because as everybody, you know, gets leveled up, of course, depending who's able to farm better, as Hayes gets pulled in, tries to block her smoke bomb, and it does work. She will be able to get out there, but I think that this Drexel side is going to be very scary as we get in the late game.
Yeah, the Drexel side is definitely meant for this late game composition, and they are well on their way to getting there. And I feel like the only real thorn in their side has been this Vindicta, who's, I mean, just piecing them left and right.
Any one tap man.
Yeah.
Like
One
I said,
tap man.
one tap man. That's the perfect name for it, because he is great with that sniper. But as the team fights happen and not so much 1-on-1 or 2v1s, we're gonna see that knockdown implemented, and they're not gonna let him just float up there and snipe. But a little pick comes out there for a Drexel, and now we're starting to get to that point that he's not gonna be back for 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is Dynamo caught out in the open and kind of forced to just say, I'm gonna have to respond, because getting caught out, chased. And to be fair, 2 have just fallen for Drexel, and this is a larger team fight, and Moen Krill's gonna go down as well. So we're seeing a huge advantage now, 6-3 in favor of Texas Tech.
Yeah, and I think they can use this time to just try to push objectives. Though we see Vindicta looking to do that. Bebop will head her off on the bridge. I'm immediately gonna put that stun. So I like that. I like that immediately to the air. That way, you know, if she tries to retreat, she's gonna bring that right back to her teammate. So straight to the air, gives her a little bit of safety, gives her a little mobility on the way out. And, you know, even a quick scope shot just to try it on the way.
Yours.
Yeah, and honestly, the get out of dodge ability has has been great from Vindicta, able to
Yeah.
avoid most of the sticky situations that have almost befell befell him.
And I'm trying to look, so it's kind of hard to see on the map. So we have one Guardian, if I'm right, that far left on the mini map. That Guardian is still standing for Drexel.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the lone Guardian that's left all together for both teams. Am I right about that?
Yes, yeah, it is. It is the last one remaining, and we are only 17 minutes into this. A second soul urn is up, but it doesn't look like anybody's really focusing it just yet. And you see a swap come around.
Oh, we do only get a 2v1 with that paradox drop in the wall. That makes it tough, especially in a 2v1 right there. Nice pick. And it's funny because they definitely are winning the left side of the map with still having that Guardian standing up, but their walker's already been ran about halfway down. So it's funny, we're seeing, you know, one side kind of go to Texas Tech, the other side of the map going to Drexel.
Yeah, and this on top of everything else, there is a soul urn in possession of, well, I guess no one right now. They had to drop it, but I'm not too sure this is where you want to be if you're Texas Tech. They're on your walker.
Yeah, I knew. I mean, it's Warden, so I understand his boldness pushing up all the way past the walker like that, but that was bold. Had to be executed perfectly. But we do see a singularity here into a big snipe. Again, I wonder how many souls that Nix has got from those snipes like that. Low and Krill gonna try to burrow their way out. Can't quite make it. Another snipe, another big kill. 4 down here for Drexel, Texas Tech. Doing the opposite, making me eat my words. The farther we go, the seemingly stronger they get as a squad.
Yeah, man, and it's, you know, 4 dead for the second time in a span of 5 minutes. You know, we're starting to see some things kind of pile up. Soul Advantage has flipped over toward Texas Tech, and a lot more pressure. A walker is down, and a Warden's going to be off the map for over 30 seconds.
Wow, and they're pushing the urn right now. Lash is there fighting Hayes, but and Fern is going to be there pretty soon. They might get the urn for free. I don't know. He might have to drop it. Looks like Hayes is pushing off. Oh, and all of a sudden, you got everybody over there. They're going to get that urn for free. 13, 14K. Lash going to lose his life, and I'm not mad at him. You know, he had to try to not only guard this Guardian over here, but had to try to head off that urn. He's gonna be dead. And I don't know who's gonna have the big advantage here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either, because we did let the Bebop through. Yeah, he got some damage on that walker there.
He's gonna die though.
He is gonna pay for it.
Oh, not that
maybe
ult,
not.
that ult. Gonna be fighting that damage, yeah. But there he goes. He made an amazing final stand. They had somebody behind him, 2 in front of him. But surviving that.
Yeah, I mean, when you have them all swarming you, there's only so much you can do. The damage that was done on the walker. Another walker is destroyed though, and now it's still an even game, but Drexel is showing that
lean. Yeah, starting to lean towards Texas Tech as their Mo and Crow go down as well. And I don't know if we see another urn. The urn has been very, very active this game. Just about right after it pops up, you know, it is grabbed, but they're 15K ahead right now. I don't know if we see them start to push lanes, try to team fight and pick a little bit more, but I would like to see them start to go on the offensive with this advantage.
Absolutely. This is what you want to see. You want to see the Warden is definitely making use of that ability and is going to be able to... Singularity, though.
Oh, I thought he was gonna be able to
Whoa.
tank through it as well. He did use his ult beautifully there. Was so close to getting a double kill, but that singularity, you're gonna cancel it out and snatch him up right when his teammate was rotating in. Big kill. They needed that. If Warden would have got that, would have really tipped, not necessarily tipped the scale because obviously they're behind, but it would have been a little of an equalizer.
Yeah, there would have been at least a little bit more cushion, I guess is
You're right.
the term to use there. And I mean, now we're just seeing a little bit more farming. The Vindicta getting even more souls, almost at 30k alone.
Wow.
And this is gonna start hurting if these snipes keep landing as they have.
Oh, so we do have another earn play. I mean, they've been so active. The moment it pops up, they go and grab it, and it looks like they're gonna be able to deliver it. I didn't see what happened there. I didn't see if it got delivered to them, or what exactly happened. Or they were just fighting over picking it up, I guess.
Yeah, I think they were just contesting the pickup.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, that's exactly. I was late to it, so I was like, man, I didn't notice the earn, but yeah, they're gonna be pushing it one more time, but they are up 20k, so you see just how deep in Drexel territory that deposit spot is.
Yeah, and McGinnis in the trenches right now. It's 3-on-1. It's still live for a moment. I'm not too sure how long that fight was, but it was way longer than I would have ever imagined that 3v1 to be. The ground pound came through and everything, and was still alive. Impressive survivability.
I love how she tried to wall her off and catch her solo. So she's like, I'm taking one of you with me, but just couldn't get the damage output quick enough there. Yeah, that 3-1, I'm with you. I don't even know how it's standing. I have to assume that fight just started.
Have to, but I know it was there for at least a moment because I looked over and I looked back and I was like, wait a minute, that fight's still happening.
Let the Ern's creeping. He took it all the way back into base and then went straight back to the pickup as it crawls there. And they are wanting this Ern. Drexel down 19k. They're making it a priority. Gonna be able to pick it up here. And again, I mean, it's and Ivy's gonna fly it. And there's been some controversy, some talking about is, Ivy been nerfed? Is the flying still worth it? You can tell, hopefully, by this, yes, this move is still worth it. This is going to catch them up. I mean, they're still 20k down, but this was big. I'm glad they prioritized that earn.
Yeah, they needed to get an earn in this. Otherwise, this would have really started to snowball. But now that the earn is in, we're down to, I mean, now it's what, 14k?
Yeah, but 3 down. They lost 3 lives for it. And again, who else but Vindicta? This one tap in nasty with that sniper.
Yeah, and one tap man is just able to really melt anybody on the map right now.
Yeah.
There's no one remotely close in souls. It's such a disparity that I mean, what, 8k is the closest?
21, 3, and 9, and you see pumping all into the gun, making a buy right now. Actually looks like they sold something, so they're gonna be able to pick up a 6,200.
Wow, that's gonna really elevate that as well. That just the strength disparity, the scaling. This is really escalating really fast comparatively to the other game. We're 25 minutes in and there are 3 walkers left on the map at all. 2 are in Drexel's hands and 1 more on Texas Tech's side before they're at their base. And you would think by now, with the advantage that they've had and the performance that they've been having, they'd be up on walkers, or at least even on walkers again, but they've stayed down.
And I think it kind of shows that priority as you see Yamato just waiting for that power up. But I don't know if it's that maybe they've prioritized souls, the earn camps, stuff like that, instead of taking those objectives. And I don't know that it's a bad idea, especially with the team that they're facing. That they say, hey, let's get very strong before we start pushing these final objectives.
Yeah, and are we going to see a more quick mid-boss encounter here? Do you think we're going to see a fight over mid-boss?
I mean, it looks like it. I don't see how we don't. The entirety of almost both teams is almost going to snatch Dynamo. Dynamo again.
Singularity.
Using that singularity
It picks up a third.
defensively. He's getting everybody up there. Oh, it's going to be a massive fight. Stormform from Ivy. Bebop shredding, but he's going to go down for sure. 3 down for Drexel, 2 for Texas Tech. Next death will be vital. Texas Tech can pick it up.
When it goes down,
That's
Ivy
5.
goes down.
Just last, they're gonna be able to get him as well. Vindicta, I mean, Vindicta's been everywhere. They go for mid boss here, right? I mean, 100%.
Absolutely have to. If they don't, I mean, if they go this far and don't do mid boss, I would probably retire. You know, I could never make a call again.
Right, yeah, that's almost a guarantee. But I wonder, what happened? Lash was still there fighting. Did he expect to get a free 1v1? I mean, at that point, 5 of your teammates are down. You're getting jumped, my friend. Get out of there.
Yeah, I assumed that the mentality was, I'm going down. I'm gonna take someone down.
I'm gonna
with
fight.
me.
Yeah.
Make the advantage that they have a little less strong. Maybe limit what they can do with it. But Texas Tech does it really well, and they just all focus on their mid boss, get the mid boss down as quick as possible, get the review, and now
One walker left. What a snipe again from one tab, man. I mean, this guy's MVP 100% so far. He's gonna float above this last walker, start to shred it, but does not like tanking the walker. His team another big snipe, and I'm still surprised they're just letting this Vindicta float wherever she wants. They have to stop that. I called it immediately. Somebody's got to get a knockdown. Somebody's got to get sight on her. She's a one-man army.
oh, and Bebop able to come through with a huge ult, but that's the only real pick that until I say that, where Paradox goes down as well. So a little bit of even trades here with Drexel getting one back, Mo and Krill. From the beginning of that fight. Bebop does go down as well. 55 seconds total now. These are really starting to hurt.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And 4 down for Drexel, and Furnace using that so nicely right there. He was super hurt. Now all of a sudden he's going to look to take down the Warden. That's 5 down. They have the weakness, so the 2 that died are already back up. This is going to be where we see them start to really push these shrines. As Mokro trying to hide, will snatch in Furnace. Somebody use that divine barrier. Just used it to survive last time. Flame dashes, able to shred all 6 down. We might see game right now. We might see game right here.
This might be game. They have to get the other shrine first. Only Bebop and Lash are going to be off spawn in any sort of time to help on Patron even. Bebop's not even going to get out of spawn before Patron transforms.
And no ult for him anyway, so what is he going to do? I mean, he can pop up, snatch somebody, pull them into their base, maybe something like that. It's Lash. Lash doesn't have his ult either. This may just be GG. Warden does. So Warden and Ivy as well. I don't know if you see Ivy just drop him straight down in there into his ult. He uses it. Lash, look at use that as well.
No, Singularity!
Time Singularity's gonna call it GG's. Oh, big
Wow.
plays from Texas Tech. Hey, we called it. We said it. They seemingly weren't going after the objective so much. They just wanted to get that massive advantage in souls, and as soon as they do, game over. We're seeing it. The exact opposite of what we saw last game from Nebraska.
Yes, this is what we wanted to see. And with Texas Tech from that last game, I'm sure, and this is something we didn't even get to, is endurance, right? The endurance of your players. We're on 7.5 hours roughly, and probably since they got on. We got here early for call time. They've probably been scrimming or repping or running ranked, anything for longer than we've been on today.
Yep.
That starts to really take a toll on some of these longer tournaments.
Yeah, that fatigue is very, very real. And that's why I like that right there, and it could have been what we saw happen in Nebraska last game. That mental fatigue starts to kick in, especially in an hour-long game. So I'm sure that was a talking point before, and Texas Tech said, we need to get this one done and over as quick as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess alongside that too, we can kind of wrap up here, get about the rest of our evenings. I'm going to order me a pizza. I'm going to give me a pepperoni pizza. I need some food.
I need some of that. Get
I need
some
yeah.
hot wings with it too, and I'm pulling up.
Ooh, that's a good call. I mean,
That's the perfect
hey.
combo right there.
Yeah. So big shout out to Purdue for Purdue Esports for helping run the tournament and for the second stream, all the production over there that have been so helpful on our end and helping run things with us, especially Observer and production, all throughout that broadcast team. Great job. They're out in the studio at Purdue while we're out in our homes in our comfort. So thank you for your
Yeah.
time. But with that, I believe tournament day 1 is wrapped up. Seeding is ready to go. The records have been established, at least for the most part, on stream. And that about does it. So with that, I'm getting a pizza. You guys get some wings, get some hot food.
There you
Get
go.
out of the
That's what I'm
cold.
gonna do.
Stay
I'm
dry.
gonna eat, take me a little nap after that.
Oh
That
yeah.
was a lot, but I had so much fun, and it was a blessing to share the booth with you. I know we'll be back in
Yeah.
the booth soon. I mean,
Absolutely.
absolutely great time. And like
Yeah.
you said, big shout out Purdue, big shout out College Deadlock. What a day.
Yeah, what a day. A lot of games.
Yeah. Woo.
It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun.
Texas Tech win that last one?
And with that, we're going to send it off. I'll see you guys another time, hopefully.